that steps forward, gets a big crit onto Tam. There's another one! Oh, basically 3 shots! Charging White Shield, despite being heavily behind in this game, turn it around.
Will they be able to get it? Going's gonna make it in. A few more hits. Will this really happen? 66 seconds. They save the Nexus.
Second man down, then that third, and fourth. PK one more. It's an ace for OMG. And that's gonna be the game.
Welcome to the FLICKR Auditorium in Busan, South Korea, as the 2014 League of Legends World Championship continues. We're on to the last day of quarterfinals where 2 teams remain and 1 will advance to the semis with a shot at the Summoners Cup. Just a few minutes ago, the teams were entering the building. OMG sitting backstage, getting themselves set up before heading to the main stage. Going, of course, going to be looking to carry his team in this best of 5. Arjun White Shield themselves checked in for their matches, getting their gear ready. Very serious looks on the faces of the players. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the continuing action here in the knockout stage as Korea's Arjun White Shield and China's OMG meet on the Rift to settle the score. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me in the analyst desk are once again Mitch Crepo Force Bulls from Evil Geniuses. The crowd loves him. Yiliang Double of Ping from Counter Logic Gaming, and rounding out the table for today is on-game netcaster Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels. Gentlemen, it's good to have you here as always. This World Championship encircles the globe with 24 live broadcast partners, bringing the excitement directly to you in over 16 different languages. Of course, we do have the crew at the LPL who are providing the coverage from the Chinese audience, and there they are today. Nice wave and a smile. Of course, Korea's on-game net is here from our host nation, covering the games in Korean. I want those figurines. The LCS team is here as well, and we'll be saying hello to Shox as she'll be speaking to the pro players throughout the day, along with D-Man, Kobe, and Deficio, who will be casting today's series because it's Worlds. Before we get into today's series, let's take a look back at the action from yesterday. I want to talk about the quarterfinal series between the 2 Chinese squads, Edward Gaming and Starhorn Royal Club. Monty, you weren't on the desk with us for the day, but what was your take on the best of 5 and Royal Club's eventual victory?
I mean, Royal Club continued to play at the level that they've been demonstrating throughout Worlds. Uzi is obviously a monster, and EDG, I thought after a couple weeks they'd return to their LPL playoff form. They didn't. They really disappointed. I think we're going to have to give Name the Dade Award for the best player who didn't show up at Worlds this year. And also in terms of Royal Club, it's their second time in a row in the semifinals, yet they have an entirely different team except for Uzi. I think Royal Club next year should start a reality television show to replace all of the other team members with Uzi and see if they could do it again.
Double Lift, what's your take on yesterday's quarterfinal?
Well, I predicted EG 3-2, and I've never been so happy to be wrong about a prediction because it was so fun to watch Starhorn Royal Club. Uzi, I think, was the best AD carry at Worlds last year and is once again the best AD carry this year.
Well, I've never been so happy to be right about a prediction because both of you were wrong. Oh yeah.
Yeah, savor it. It's a rare occurrence.
A rare occurrence indeed. But yeah, I was really happy to see Royal Club's bot lane. We mentioned Uzi, but Zero played so well. He was like peel bot extreme. He saved Uzi so many times on Janna, and that's why I think if teams figure that out and they start target banning Royal, they take away the Janna from Zero and then they ban out Ryze as well, then Royal might have some problems in the next few rounds. And we'll even see like the matchup that we're seeing later today, target bans might come into point there.
Yeah, we will find out, and we'll have to see who Royal Club will be facing because there's one spot yet to be decided for the semi-finals. Let's take a quick look at the bracket before we carry on with the show. And of course, it is the final battle between Arjun White Shield and OMG to determine who will face Royal Club. And of course, we have the Samsung White versus Samsung Blue showdown still yet to come. Before we finish off this stage of the knockout round, let's take a look back at the one #world's big play that stood above the rest. Uzi himself is a one-man highlight reel, but his triple kill in Game 5 carried Starhorn Royal Club to the semis. From @Thermogenetic tweets, Uzi is the best ADC in the world. Double Lift shares that opinion. Imp shares that opinion. Let's roll the clip.
Name is at the back chipping away with a rat-a-tat-tat, but that might not be enough to hold them in this game. Stun to Uzi, quick silver sack,
That could
kill
be it.
for Uzi. Name gonna be locked up. Name goes down, and it's all now on Koro. They dive on him. Triple kill for Uzi. It's Royal Club that do it the hard way, but go through to the semi-finals.
And this was really just icing on the cake. I mean, he had played a spectacular Tristana game leading up to that, but the thing that impresses me the most about him is he understands his damage output so well, and he's really confident in his calculation. You'll almost never see him jump forward and not get the kill. He's not like one of those Tristanas that's like, maybe I can get it, jumps forward and has to flash out. He always gets the reset.
Yeah, definitely worked out in his favor. You guys at home can continue sending your choice moments from all of the games at Worlds to us by tweeting at LOL Esports with the #WorldsBigPlays. For information about all the teams, the players at Worlds, head over to lolesports.com for stats, videos, features, and more, and visit the schedule where you can vote for the team you think will be victorious in this matchup and going forward with clicking the thumbs up. You can find a brand new feature we recently rolled out by heading to watch.lolesports.com. That's where you can view the games with real-time stats in 15 different languages, along with Twitter commentary from the pros. So do check that out. Talking about some of the pros, we've actually seen 36 champions played by the contestants on the stage in Busan. I'd like to turn to our analysts and ask you guys to help put together our MVP team composition that we've done for the previous stages. Let's start with the top lane and the jungle, and with Monte Cristo.
For me, in top lane, I have to go with Ryze here. He's been such an important pick throughout the quarterfinals, and he's going to be an important pick tonight. Not because we'll see him, but because he's going to be banned probably with going and save there. But we've just seen how hard he can carry from the top lane. He's great in a lane swap situation. He has that hard CC for the jungler to come gank and get kills, and he scales into an unkillable DPS monster. So just a fantastic pick. And in the jungle, especially after yesterday's games, I have to go with Lee Sin. Insect made game-changing plays. Spirit made game-changing plays on Lee Sin as well. And just fantastic champion overall. Not a lot of damage, but if you're a player who wants a lot of utility and playmaking ability, Lee Sin is it.
And if we're moving down a map, we came from top to jungle, then we have to talk about mid lane. And yeah, we've had all these assassins, but I really like the Syndra pick. She's not been picked that very often, but in 4 games, she was already involved in like 27 kills on her own. So that just shows how bloody, such of a monster she is. Okay, maybe a little biased because the Chinese play even more bloody playstyle, but I like her, and I'm waiting to see the Syndra Zillion comp because I just think that's so good. Speed Syndra up, just go all in, ulti, get revived, play the match out.
And Double Lift, round out our composition with AD carry and support.
Oh man, it's been such a pleasure to watch these bottom lanes. So AD carry, Twitch, picked 8 times in Busan so far, and with a 75% win rate, this guy, it's really surprising me that he's picked actually the same amount as the highest picked AD, which is Lucian. They're tied. I thought that Lucian would be a more kind of like all-around good pick, but Twitch has seen a lot of play too, so I think it just means that every team is willing to 2v1. They understand 2v1 really well. Twitch is the weakest AD carry among like Twitch, Lucian, Tristana, Kog'Maw. He's probably the weakest in lane, but if you can get him past that laning phase, he has such a monstrous team fighting ability that it just kind of makes up for that. And the support, I have to pick Janna. She's just incredibly good. It kind of scales exponentially with how aggressive your AD carry is. The more aggressive your AD is, the more you can use Janna. If your AD carry is already defensive, you don't need that extra peel that Janna provides. But Uzi, you saw he works so well with Zero because he goes in and then Uzi gets him out. Or sorry, Zero gets him out.
Well, very excited from Doublelift there to round it out. You guys at home can try out this same roster by heading over to the store to pick up the Quarterfinals MVP bundle. It does include skins that were actually used by the World Championship pros, and you can throw down rune prisons. You can practice your insect kicks, practice hard. You can hurl those dark spheres and release howling gales along with your rat-a-tat-tats. While you're online, head over to Twitter. Today we're asking you guys which player and what champion has impressed you the most during the 2014 League of Legends World Champion so far, and why? So for example, we're looking for combinations like Save's Rise, or Insect's Lee Sin, or Uzi's Twitch like Doublelift was mentioning. In other words, which combo is the most impressive for World's Crepo? What stands out in your mind?
I feel like Mala Stress should be added to that list because, for one, he's such a good support player, and he really pushes out the maximum potential out of a Thresh, which is really hard because he basically knows that champion in and out, and it's always a pleasure and a joy to see him play Thresh.
Yeah, I completely agree, but we want to hear your answers as well. Send them to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag Worlds. We'll check your replies later in the show and chat about them amongst ourselves. Finally, we're moving on to today's best of 5 between Najee and White Shield from Korea and China's OMG. Before we talk about OMG and their last-minute roster change, let's start with Najee and White Shield. They are blue side, they have the highest seed, but I feel their vulnerabilities in their playstyle were exposed when Alliance perfect gamed them and Cloud9 took a win off them, forcing them into that tiebreaker for the top seed. Monte Cristo, what have OMG learned from the group stages from Shield's play?
Well, they probably learned about their early game kind of lacklusterness. If the jungle ganks don't go right, they typically go very, very wrong for Najee and White Shield, and then they have to overcome like a giant kill deficit. Also, their pick and ban phase can be a little shaky at times. Sometimes we see inappropriate picks like top lane Riven when there's a lane swap going on. Look, top lane Riven will work for save, but he needs to get that 1v1. So I think a little more caution in the pick and ban phase is warranted from Najee and White Shield, as well as shoring up Watch's early jungle pathing.
Yeah, I've got a question about Watch. It's somebody that we've discussed quite heavily off air. Monty, share some of your thoughts on this jungler, because you said the best he ever played was at regionals when he qualified, but he hasn't lived up.
Yeah, look, I've been watching this guy for years, and yes, he's got a decent KDA at 4.58, and his kill participation is a little lower, not only because he's been a little underwhelming, but also because they tend to play a split push style, so you don't get those big team fights where a lot of players will get high kill participation. But he really needs to step up his game. In the Alliance game, we saw him go 0-3-0 early. He kind of started the shook snowball that made it so they really couldn't do anything at all in that game, because he had some pretty, there's no way to put this, better way to put this, but awful ganks in that game. And so he needs to really think about how he paths on the map and be a little more clever in his decision making instead of so easily readable.
So Crepo, let's move on to OMG. They have changed their support. Dada777 failed to impress in the group stages. He has been subbed out for Cloud. This is not a new thing. OMG have done this throughout the course of the LPL. Talk to me about Cloud and what this is going to mean for the Chinese squad.
I think regardless of like synergy issues, this will still be a good change for OMG, because Dada was just underperforming at Worlds. He was just not showing up. And if we go back and we look at the records back when Cloud was on the team, they went 16-5 with him, and I believe like 1-6 right after once he was off the team, once Dada joined. So that disparity is so big, and if they can even get a fraction of that power back into this game, this match will be a lot closer than it would have been with Dada.
And Doublelift, what about the change for the AD carry perspective? How is this going to affect San coming into this?
Well, I have a lot of experience playing with new supports. I've played with several across my career, and I can tell you it's actually not as hard as people think to switch to a new support if you're going to be playing defensive. If you play aggressive, you have to be very precise. Your communication and timing and synergy has to be on point, because playing aggressive just takes a lot more coordination. But if all San is going to do is farm, which is what I've seen him do with Dada, then it's totally fine. They can just transition that into better vision control with the support later, and the AD carry can just team fight. And San actually has an incredible way. I think the statistic is that he gets the most CS differential between 10 and 20 minutes, which means he catches up the most out of any AD carry between 10 and 20 minutes, because that's when he gets away from Dada.
So briefly, let's quickly talk about Loveling in the jungle. Played as Alan last year in the support, moved to the jungle role, and he's been hit or miss. I asked you about Watch earlier. What's your opinion on Loveling, Monte Cristo?
Loveling is another I think, jungler like Watch that either has a huge game or he doesn't really show up at all. I mean, taking a look at some of the statistics of this guy, he's got a lot higher kill participation than Watch, but again, they're a lower KDA. So he's been so good getting big carry status in some of these games, but if he doesn't make an early impact, he really doesn't make an impact at all.
All right, so we've heard from the analysts briefly on the series. I want to put their knowledge to the test and figure out who they are predicting to win this series between Najin White Shield and OMG Crepo. Who is your victor and why?
I was initially going to go with Najin White Shield 3-1, but the change of Dada to Cloud definitely made me reconsider for a while. I'm still going to stick to my gut, but I'm going to make it a 3-2 for Najin White Shield. But it's a big variable in there. It'll all depend on how well Cloud plays and if he can carry on the world stage, because he hasn't played a single match in World Finals so far, so we don't know how he will play.
That's right. And even with that change, I'm still going to predict Najin White Shield 3-1 to be the 3.4th Korean team to get into the semifinals. I really think that Gorilla is still going to be significantly better than Cloud. For me, Goong with his small champion pool has still been a lot more consistent than Cool. Cool really hasn't lived up to expectations. Going and Save, now they've both lived up to expectations. But other than that, I think that there's just a little more power on the Shield side. So 3-1 for me.
Double lift.
I had originally picked Najin Shield 3-1, but after this change, I'm going to go with OMG 3-2 because I just really think that this change is all OMG needed to go from a team that just barely made it out of groups to a team that can make it go all the way to semis. The one thing I'm going to be looking out for is really Loveling versus Watch. I really think this is the match where Watch will be exposed as a weak jungler with poor decision making. Loveling hasn't been amazing, but he's been a lot better than Watch in my mind.
All right, we'll see how that pans out. Freak also switched his vote from Najin Shield to OMG with the return of Cloud. So he feels that OMG will win this series 3-2. We're split on the analyst desk as we were yesterday. Let's see how you guys at home have been voting on lolesports.com. According to those votes, 65% of you believe that Najin White Shield will advance to Seoul. You are siding with Monte Cristo and Crepo. And this is the last quarterfinal series here. And of course, we can't leave without the Prophet's thoughts. Even though his divine presence is not here on the desk, his prediction is with us. We reached out to Professor Crumbledore. He now has picked 10 of the last 11 games correctly. And in this matchup, he has foreseen that Najin White Shield will come out the victors. So let it be written, let it be crumbs.
Let it be crumbs.
We're going to head over to the casters to kick off game one, but first let's hear the two teams talk about the players and strategies that will make a difference in this best of 5.
OMG가 일단 해외 경험이 많다 보니까 경험적인 측면에서 그 팀 자체는 호흡이 잘 맞을 것 같고요.
打野是非常有名嘛，然后他们中单就是觉得比较就很稳定，然后他们整体队伍可能像我们中国战队的 EDG。
중국 쪽이 거의 한국이랑 좀 플레이 스타일이 비슷하다고 하잖아요.
OMG가 거의 저희 옛날에 하던 탑미드 캐리 위주로 좀 밀어주는 느낌을 받았었는데 그런 팀은 저희도 해봤고 잘 안 된다는 걸 느꼈기 때문에
我们一定要把握整场比赛的节奏。我觉得我们要赢他们，就不要让他们稳下来，就加快比赛的节奏，让节奏一直掌握在我们手上。我觉得赢他们就不算很难的事情。
Hello everyone, I am Lee Demon Smith and I'm joined behind the caster desk by Martin DeVicio, It's Worlds Lunga, and of course Sam Kobe Hartman.
Is that ever going to get old?
Never, never. I mean, every single person I've met today has been saying, it's Worlds.
Just never forget. Okay. Just never forget.
I mean, you're not lying.
It is Worlds.
It is Worlds.
So,
well, let's get things underway for these teams. Starting out, of course, on the blue side, they are Najin White Shield, the #1 team coming from Group D, of course, after that crucial tiebreaker with Cloud9. Starting out in the top lane, we have Save. In the jungle is Watch, Goong in the mid lane, Zephyr as the AD carry, and Gorilla on support.
And on the red side, representing China, it's OMG. Up top is Going. In the jungle, Loveling. Mid, Cool, AD carry San, and support Cloud.
And of course, for this game, we're going to focus on the top lane. The battle between the two superstars. As Save will be going head-to-head with Going.
Yeah, and we have two teams right here who focus a lot on the solo lanes, which simply means Going and Save. they can beat carry top laners, and they are superstars on their teams. We see a lot of focus on them in like pick and ban phase, but also in the game itself, it's often about who can get your top laner ahead.
And that's going to be a big part of the jungler's job this time around. It's interesting because both these teams have those inconsistent junglers. They're going to be a big unknown variable for that featured matchup of the top lane. Another cool thing is that both of those guys up there, they like to give direction to their team, even though they do have other shot callers. Both of them also help out with shot calling.
But is that a cool thing or just a thing?
Wow. Freak's not even on the desk today.
Started early. We got to fill in for him. So, of course, you just saw Go and focus there on this. Of course, we saw similar from Uzi, not with his team. Are we going to see any similarities with OMG today with the Starhorn Royal Club? Of course, this is a team that they've gone head-to-head with so many times. They know these best-of-5s very well because they've always gone the distance in them. But they're up against Najin Whiteshield, which is a different breed compared to Starhorn Royal Club.
Well, the biggest thing there from OMG, from Going is after last year, he was talking about how his biggest fear is being indecisive. So as one of those shot callers, it's going to be up to him to make those clear calls.
And OMG is a very different team compared to Royal Club in terms of how they look at the team itself. They have a lot of talk about doing activities outside the game, you know, being friends together. So we have to see what they can do, and I don't expect anyone to be left on stage.
And I didn't expect a Jace ban, that's for sure. Bans have come thick and fast. Maokai Rise kind of expected top laner. We heard, of course, Monte Cristo talking about Save and Go fighting over that one. Zillion Thresh and Alistair, very standard. But a Jace ban?
Yeah.
Wow. They have something planned here.
The bans came out really quick. The Jace ban, Deficio and I were looking at the Korean solo queue ladder account of Cool, and he actually had just been playing Jace. So same research done from Shield, it looks like here, preemptive Jace ban.
But it does mean Zed first pick.
Yeah.
And Goong so far is undefeated on Zed, and Save can even play it in the top lane, so it doesn't have to go mid lane.
And it means that on the other side, OMG were able to trade Lee Sin and Janna, two huge picks for them.
Absolutely. So, of course, Zed was first pick against, it was Group 1. Game 1 of Group D. Can't remember which one it was. Blind picked it. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. But like you said, this is a big thing we've been talking about. Loveling versus Watch. It's almost a second featured matchup because it pairs in with Save and Going. And they will have to help each other out. That is possibly the lanes to carry. Of course, a lot of focus is on the fact that Cloud's come in. We will see which way it goes. Zephyr's played a lot of Twitch in the regional qualifiers. Has yet to pull it out here in groups. Did go with Corky a lot.
Okay, so this does probably back to Twitch. Twitch was his like main AD carry. If you look at regionals, and the way Whiteshield liked to play with the Twitch was he was gonna be the guy popping out whenever they wanted to start picks or team fight and just have the high burst for these 7 seconds and use that to quickly burst down targets. Instead though, falling back on the Corky.
The crowd are just like, oh.
We saw it a few times. I mean, mid-game AD carries has been a big thing at Worlds so far.
Yeah, and you could tell what was going through Shield's heads right there. They were sort of mousing over the Nocturne and the Twitch, which were regular season picks for them, but they went with their group stage picks at Worlds this time around. Kha'Zix has been pretty big for him, as well as that Corky, as you mentioned. But man, I want to go back to that Lee Sin. I feel like that is just a huge, huge swing in this jungle matchup. For Loveling, this is his favorite champion, and that's a really crucial first lock in.
And it's also Watch's favorite champion. So not only do you get Loveling on his main pick, you can also deny it from Watch here. And you now have a Sidestone jungler against the Kha'Zix who normally doesn't build Sidestone, which is going to be a big deal because Najin Whiteshield is a team who's known for their vision control. Small edge to OMG already just looking at the junglers.
All right, so they did just lock in Ahri, which is huge for Cool. That's actually one of the big reasons that they got their seed here. That third place seed was a big carry game of Ahri from him. And it opens up a lot of pick potential. It's always a fun matchup to watch, this skill matchup between Zed and Ahri in the mid lane. And can he land the charm?
One thing, of course, for Gorilla is he's picked and played any support he wants really damn well, that's for sure. Of course, Nami was one of the fallbacks, but it looks like Braum could well be the choice this time around. He's hovering over it, certainly given a lot of thought, and we're still wondering what is going to go in that top lane. We haven't seen either of them go with it yet. Oh, this is great. So this happened.
Top lane Zed.
This happened, of course, against Cloud9. As you mentioned, it could be Zed or Kassadin. Save and Goon can switch this, whatever gets picked now from OMG.
And count them, that's 3 assassins over on the side of Najin Whiteshield and a black shield to protect them from the charms. So they're gonna have some quick shields from Gorilla, and they're just going to rely on a ton of damage.
There's so much single target damage and like pick potential from White Shield. Gorilla is a beast in terms of skill shots as well. He can land the binding. He makes it pretty much impossible for OMG to get an engage in now. You have to listen, he wants to kick back a target. Nope, Black Shield is there. Charm as well from Ari, making it really hard for OMG to actually engage onto White Shield, and they can set up the picks. And they love to split push. And OMG as a team is very tunnel visioned on 5 versus 5 team fights. They are not very good against split pushers. Now you have a Kassadin and a Zed.
Okay, so which one would you prefer? Obviously Aurelia's going to be in the top, it seems. It's going to be an Aurelia and Ari. What would you pick against either?
Oh, that's a tough one here. I mean, Zed against Ari in mid lane. Zed has the pressure early on, so that could be in favor of Goong. But once Ari gets a blue buff and cooldown reduction and some armor, like an arm guard, she can actually take over the lane. So maybe we're going to see them swap after the start. So Zed in mid lane for the first few levels, then swap later on when the blue buff comes in. Blue buff Kassadin, blue buff Ari, to go even against each other. Armor on one side, and then Kassadin has the...
So one more final thing, with an Aurelia in there. Are we actually going to see a split push from OMG? Because they like to team fight.
I doubt it. If they do split push, it's usually only for maybe 60 seconds or something, and then he'll join the team for a team fight. I think if it's going to be split pushing prowess, you got to go with Shield here, especially because they have so many options with which to do it. And that's a great thing about locking in 2 different damage type assassins. As you said, they can switch around who's going into that lane depending on what sort of defenses have been built from OMG.
Yeah, and it's going to be so scary. If Cool in the mid lane on Ari doesn't actually get a lead early and snowball, he will never be able to kill Zed in the late game in a split push. If, however, he does get the lead, and because there's such a strong mid game here from OMG, they might be able to actually just win early game, win mid game, and close it out even before this Kassadin gets going and before Zed gets going at all.
Yeah, I mean, as good as the Ari from Cool has been, this matchup is so tense because if you miss that one charm, Zed can all in you.
Absolutely. This could be a very big first game here, of course, as we start this series off. Who do you guys at home think will take it in game 1? Tweet us at LOL Esports and use either the hashtag NWSWin or OMGWin, and we'll look at those votes shortly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the quarterfinals. The final quarterfinals here in Busan. Winner will face Starhorn Royal Club. Meanwhile, the loser will sadly go home, and all China's hopes are on OMG here.
All right, now this game, I just have to say, it would be tragic if there were lane swaps. I'm 100%, everybody in the audience is also rooting for regular lanes because this matchup, going versus Save, on 2 of their classic champions, 2 of their best champions. This is like one of the most looked forward to Chinese versus Korean solo lane matchups, you know, right up there with Uzi and Imp. This is just going to be so good in top lane.
And it's funny if you look at the 2 teams and the players, they kind of have the same style. Because you have this carry solo laners on both teams, Cool and Going, and Save and Save and Goong on the other side for Najee White Shield. And then you have somewhat weaker AD carries, where the supports, of course, have to try and carry them through the laning phase, and they need to get to this mid-late game point before they can really impact. And then the inconsistent junglers who can show up. I think Loveling might have an edge over Watch though.
Oh yeah, that Lee Sin pick is going to do wonders. We'll see if he does actually spend time up on that top side of the map. That vision point that you made was going to be a really big thing too, because building into that Sightstone will allow OMG to get more vision than usual. The thing is, Naj and White Shield are so good at clearing out vision. Save has the most wards per minute cleared of any top laner.
This is going to be a push, and they're going to go straight blind into this push. They have to start out with a ward here, or maybe it's going to be a binding from Save. We'll see how they go in. They're going to start setting up. It's going to be an invade any second. 148. Keep your eye on the clock. Neither of them can see each other. They're going to go dead. Face them straight in there. Lovely's going to go no, but he manages to get out safe. Watch is taking low. The exhaust is working on him. The OMG going to back away, but they are the ones with first blood, and they are still pushing.
It was only 4 members from OMG here, but the Howling Gale from Jenna at level 1 is so strong. It knocked up every single member from White Shield here. Gorilla couldn't flash away in time, ends up dying.
Cool went back so late to base there. 4 versus 5. What a big start here. Let's see how this first blood... Oh, it's going to be lane swaps after that.
No. Standard lane, just the top side.
The answer swap.
The switcheroo, and of course, both of them fighting on early. We'll see how it works out, because it was San that picked up that first blood, so he can go back and get himself a chunk more gold than Zephyr will have a chance. Going teleporting down the bottom. Save already done it as well, so we'll keep an eye on this one because it's not your stereotypical setup, a Kassadin versus an Aurelia in the top lane that's down the bottom.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Save. The funny part is he has these very unique champion picks. Again, we've seen Zed top lane, the Kassadin we see right now. He plays AP Nidalee top lane as well. Like, he's so many unique picks, and Loveling, he wants to invade already.
I mean, it was a really good ward by Shield because Loveling, one of the great things about him last year is he did these interesting routes that people weren't expecting. It was like he goes fight, Watch got it!
My Watch gets it, Loveling's in trouble. Cool and coming around the side there, there's Goom. Loveling goes down, the double buff goes across, a single buff, sorry, it only went to Goom because he hadn't taken the blue yet.
Last year he would do these level 2 red-to-red invades or level 2 dives, and they worked out for him then. But what a good counter from Shield. They have the ward in place. They see his invade and collapse. Great job from the mid. And
he's going for it. The Ignite goes down. He's got the red buff ticking. That keeps the slow on Cool. Cool forced out the way there. And this is going to cause so many problems for Cool in that mid lane. A red buff Zed this early on. He can just go all in again in a moment.
Yeah, and that was a very big mistake from OMG in this mid lane. Cool, he wanted to push out the wave and force Goom to stay on the tower and pick up the farm so he couldn't walk into the jungle and help Watch here. He did manage to get him pushed down in time. Goom walked in before Cool could react, and they managed to get a kill. And of course, Watch expecting the invade here, at least making it a bit harder for Loveling.
Yeah, I have to say, for Shield, you got to give that credit to Gorilla. That ward was his ward that he bought at the very beginning. The real ward that was going to last 3 minutes.
The real hero.
I mean, you talk about all the time, the prep here from Shield for long series is so good.
Cloud putting so much damage down on Gorilla. Gorilla taking, of course, the minion hits as well, which stacked it on there. The Howling Gale interrupting him. Watch, though, he's walking about here, and he's going to go straight into Loveling once again. This time around, will they fight again? Loveling doesn't want any of it, tries to safeguard away. Watch pounces on towards him. A lot of damage going down. Of course, that red buff slowing and burning on him, and he's not backing away. Catches him with the Void Spikes and clears out the ward.
And this is what Watch loves to do as well. Both these junglers can invade on each other, get the D wards. Watch, he does it as well. Once he gets the lead, he will live in your jungle.
Going trying to put pressure on Save while this is all happening. San was making the move. We saw him there. They know he's coming down the bottom. Save's going to back away, so the lane swap once again coming in.
Yeah, jungle aggression from Kha'Zix as soon as he gets that lead over Lee Sin, and it pays off there. Save is easily able to back off. And up top, Shield are just getting a free lane here for Zephyr on Corki. They're trying to get him to that level 6 point very quickly so he can start throwing out poke.
And notice how he's pushing in the wave because there's no teleport for going, so they want to deny him all the farm here in the top lane. And because the rest of the members from White Shield is on the bottom side of the map, then OMG can't just go and take the dragon.
Trouble for OMG. It's going to be a 3-man. Cloud went aggressive, but Gorilla and Watch are coming around the side. He's going to be the focus. The Dark Binding completely whips. And now they're going to try and turn this one around. It's going to be a tricky with so many minions they can't push on. And OMG get away safe.
Gorilla should have been patient there and not fire the binding straight away. She just walked into the bush here, forced the flash first, and then fire the binding later. Otherwise, Cloud might have gone down.
Yeah, a little bit trigger happy right there. Some extra vision here. Currently an advantage of Shield on the bottom side too because of that early excursion into their jungle that Watch made. Gorilla going to go the same path here. One thing with Shield, they supplement the vision that they already have with a further line of wards. So Gorilla right there, you can tell he's not taking the risk getting that deep ward, but it will provide them vision for the second blue buff spawn, and we have to watch. Since Kha'Zix is already ahead of Lee Sin, are they going to set up one of those classic second blue buff handoff ganks and try and take advantage?
Keep our eye on the difference in that mid lane. You saw the stats come up a moment ago for Goom. Incredible stats in the group stages on Zed, answering a lot of critics, of course. But also, just saw Cool missing out on that siege minion, so missing a lot of gold there. So he's being pressured by Goom, of course, who had that red buff early on, got himself that kill, and you can see the difference in gold currently between him is 500. Of course, a lot of that does go down to that gold, but definitely time to put pressure on him in the lane phase.
Yeah, and it's such a big deal for OMG to get an early first blood on your AD carry because, again, San is this somewhat weak laner. I mean, we often hear about OMG. It's all about Loveling, Cool, and going in this early mid game. They have to be the ones to carry it, and San just has to survive his laning phase. Giving him the first blood, I mean, it gives him the item advantage and makes him actually dominate his lane or win his laning phase.
Of course, pickaxe was picked up by San. He's back down that bottom. Wasn't quite enough money for Zephyr to go for that Phaedra. Went for the second Endurance. Was left alone at the top for fair amount of time, but is behind currently in CS on San, who was at a fair reign down the bottom here. Gorilla, though, looking to set up something. Dark Binding lands. Sun didn't even remotely dodge that.
And I have to point out, for Cloud, so he's been doing a good job controlling the vision down here in the bottom lane. Not only did he get jungle wards over on their side of the map, but he also pink warded their own blue and took out that deep ward that Shield were able to get on their last invade.
It is very important that Cool gets this blue buff when it actually spawns in the mid lane, so he can start trading with Goon. Once you get cooldown reduction on Ahri, you can spam this Zed away from the lane here. You can make sure he can never all in you because he's too low, because he already picked up the Cutlass. And just if people wonder, when do you go Brutalizer, when do you go Cutlass on Zed? If you want to be able to all in, if you want to be able to roam around, Cutlass is the best item. It gives you all in potential. Brutalizer, it's more just for poking in lane.
And look at this, expecting the all in here, leveling, hovering around for a counter gank. Cool, sort of trying to bait it in right now, daring Goom to go for it.
A lot of ward coverage in their own jungle from OMG. Look at the pink wards on the map right now. 3 of them down. You can see, of course, that Najee White Shield just picked up a few of their own and put them down. Quick burst from Zephyr there, starting to land those rockets. We've seen so many good core kits throughout this tournament. Really has been a fantastic champion, but you could say the same for Lucian. Sneaky single-handedly got that banned in the second quarterfinals, of course, against Samsung Blue. So we'll keep our eye on these AD carries, see if they draw any bans as this best of 5 progresses.
We just keep seeing teams focus on these mid-game power spike AD carries like Lucian, like the Corki, and we heard going in the interview before the game say, we want to control the pace, we don't want to let Najee White Shield go to the late game, so we want a strong mid-game here and try and finish out the game in time.
There it is. Since that ward was cleared out, not able to take advantage of the blue handoff. Good juke there from Cool. Now
they're moving in.
This could be a dive here.
A binding could land. This could be the end of Cool. He's in trouble. Does he realize there's no minion wave right now? Oh, they're just around the side. I think he just spotted them. Yeah, ping goes down. They spotted them. They knew Gorilla and Watchers around there. That's lucky.
Now, talking about that bottom lane of OMG, I think they really need to make use of this Lucian-Janna combo. It's great at taking down early turrets, and since he did get that first blood, and he's got the early brutalizer on top of his pickaxe now, try and make use of this. Put on the shield, go in for the harass, chunk Zephyr out of lane.
So we haven't really had a chance to talk too much about the top lane. Of course, we know that Cassidy's going to take a while to get going. He needs to get those items built up, but these guys are pretty much free farming at the moment. It's a straight up head-to-head between them. You can see even in CS as well. Was a wave just crushed up. Going saves his teleport, doesn't make use of that, doesn't rush back in because he needs it. They're expecting a dragon soon, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean, just notice down towards the dragon itself. There's a lot of ping wards from both teams, actually.
Both junglers in the mid. They're coming in. Goon going aggressive with that. There's Loveling, catches on. Watch pounces away. Has not evolved the wings this early yet. That ping ward going down, and again, instantly protected. Gorilla comes around, it's like, hands off my pink wards. But OMG do get it down early. We also see Aurelia's going very deep in the jungle. OMG making moves here and looking to try and collapse on this mid lane.
Looks like it could be a dive here. Cool has already gone for a charm straight up in lane. We'll see if he tries to lead off with another one here. Going backs off, though, a little bit dangerous. They don't want to throw away early dragon.
No, but OMG has invested a lot of wards onto this dragon area here, and for now, it's been backing away. There's no ping wards to clear out the wards from Najee White Shield. Everyone can kind of go back to lanes, keep playing safe. Look at Safe, though. He's roaming from this top lane. Cool is very far up the lane. This might be scary.
There's no ward in that river. Pink ward goes down from Save. He's going to be on Cool quicker than he knows it. Of course, with that Rift Walk and Force Pulse, it will get the slowdown and may buy enough time for Goon. Here comes Loveling to try and counter, but he backs away. And they choose not to go for it once again.
And again, these deep wards that Shield are keeping up inside that blue side jungle, they keep seeing Loveling's movements. Again, another ping goes out, so they don't go for that aggressive move mid.
Basically just both teams. I mean, they have the defensive wards, we have the pings on both sides, and then they have 1 or 2 deep wards to try and spread the jungle. Yeah. This is the thing about Aurelia. Once she gets her ulti, she has this all-in potential every single time it's up.
Well, Goon left the lane. That's the kick straight onto Watch. The charm doesn't go down in time. Has to use his ultimate to stealth away around that tower. Goon came in, so they had to try and risk it, but that's 2 big ultimates down now.
And a flash as well from Loveling here, just trying to get Watch, who just popped his ulti, and got his stealth.
There are so many skill shots that you have to dodge in this bottom lane against Corki and Morgana. They're dodging a lot of the rockets, but then the bindings are landing because it's a great use of crossing over those 2 skill shots here from Zeppa and Gorilla.
Dragon going to get started off here. You can see Najim Whiteshield setting up for it. They're in towards the pit. They started off. There was a ward there just a second ago from OMG. It's only just timed out, so OMG well aware of this, and they realize they can't fight for it because they just used those ultis in the mid.
Just invested 2 ultis and a flash on trying to kill Watch in the mid lane. Once they are gone, you don't want to risk take the fight. Dragon for White Shield, and remember, they have this Kassadin going into late game, they have the Zed going into late game. They are happy just sitting back and farming, and if you get a Dragon as well, that's a huge bonus for them.
Yeah, a great call right there from Shield, trying to take advantage of just the littlest of things. Like Shield didn't, or OMG didn't even take damage doing that, but because they used so many cooldowns, they were able to get inside, clear out the vision, and earn themselves that objective.
It's kind of funny how White Shield used to be this like full late game team. Back in spring 2014, when they actually got it to the final and lost to Samsung Blue, they were like known just to be late game only, and like they would out-rotate people in the late game, they would control minion waves, and then they would beat you in late game team fights. Now they've actually learned at least to play the mid game a bit better.
Bottom lane dive possibly coming in here. White Shield looking towards it. There is a pink in there from OMG, so they're going to be aware of it if it happens. And they've got to be careful. That was 5 members spent down there trying to put some pressure on, but it's giving a lot of free time in the top lane to go going. He's just working down those minions of tower.
Yeah, I was wondering if Save would think that it would be worth his teleport to go up there, but it is dangerous already. We saw how much Going can bully Save right now, so he has to be very, very careful whenever he goes heads up in that lane. He's still in the mana building phase for Kassadin, hasn't even completed his Rod of Ages, so it's going to be a fairly late Rod of Ages to stack up.
Loveling's about to find Watch, goes straight in towards him, has the ward coverage. No, he flashes across, Watch in trouble. Going gets himself the kill.
And we have seen this so many times already. Loveling and Watch, they find each other, but because Going had walked down from the top lane, he was ready, easy kill, and a blue buff for cool. That's very important.
And this time, Loveling hits the Q after his kick. Very key there. Keep that vision on him and get him into position for Going to dash over.
Oh, going for Goong here. See if Cool actually wants to jump towards him.
Ooh, good turnaround on Cool there. Wasn't quite expecting so much burst in his face, but it does force Goong slightly out of lane. They're going to step back in, keep it going. So, Going in this top lane. Does he fancy going for save? Has his ultimate still, remember. Last time around it worked out well, but Rod of Age is not quite completed for save, while that Phage, of course, is still sitting on Going. He needs to get that Triforce built up as quick as possible now.
And it's always fun to watch OMG play because, again, like the 2 solo laners and Loveling together, they have so much synergy and they keep making plays together, they keep forcing fights.
Oh, Going.
Onto Cool.
Going all in. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Well, Pop will definitely not have any bite behind it. Spirit Rush was used by Cool though, and he is safe and clear, and that maybe, are they going to try and force an objective off this? That was just a play from the mid laner supported by Gorilla, but not really backed up.
No, Goong probably wanted to bait Cool actually to take the fight with him and stay around, and then maybe land a binding from Gorilla, but Cool, he was just out of the fight instantly.
Well, we do see Watch making his moves in this bottom lane, but that pink ward from San early on is keeping them covered in that tri-bush. Does mean that 3 members are there. Lovely is backing off on top of a ward here, which means they know that this bottom lane pairing will be on their own if they can push in, but Watch is not having any of it. He's backed off, and you know, we were looking at the start of this game towards the top lane, towards the featured matchup. We expected to see a lot of support from Watch and Loveling, but honestly, both teams have just let them go at it one-on-one.
Yeah, it was actually Going who came to support Loveling and came down to pick up that kill inside the jungle. But really, yeah, Save and Going up there have been left to their own devices, and honestly, it is going in Aurelia's favor at the moment. He's been able to bully Save under his tower, you know, chased Save out of his lane. He had to go down, try and create something somewhere else. Kassadin's got to worry while he still stacks up that Rod.
That's the thing, man. Aurelia's mid-game, it's the power spike is a strong point, and Kassadin is actually extremely weak in the mid-game because he's still stacking up his items. He's gonna need an hourglass. Normally, when we see Save play Kassadin, he likes to jump in first, bait the enemy team to go on him, and then pop the hourglass, and then simply buy time for the rest of his team to join the fight.
Yeah, it's funny because both teams are going to have those Trinity Forces, and both teams are going to have those hourglasses. Cool currently working on his as well. These teams, not only the players match up really well, but also both of these 2 sets of champions.
So look at the ward coverage right now. OMG have way more ward coverage. They know exactly what is going on. Watch is walking blindly into this jungle, into Lovelin's territory. Lovelin is there. Cool almost claps on him, and he's being forced away. Looking across, OMG obviously had the 3 wards where they went for the gank on the blue. At the moment, Najim Whiteshield are very much lacking on any ward coverage. They've gone for the 2 crucial points in OMG's jungle, but that's about it with the 1 single pick.
Yeah, keep in mind, they don't have the Sightstone we have on the other side.
That poke from this lane. They're going to get this turret pretty soon, and that might be in time for Dragon.
It's actually perfect timing for them also because there's teleport ready on save in case a fight should break out in this bottom lane. But it's so hard for Lee Sin to gank a Morgana lane when there's the Black Shield just to stop him. They'll actually kick him back a target.
Well, the Cullen was used. That should be back up just in time for the Dragon fight if they go for it. Still trying to bait Goong into something here. Loveland cleared out the pink ward in this brush just a few moments ago. I wonder if they're trying to bait him. They're going to collapse towards him. Goin was heading down here. We also have Gorilla just off the side, but nobody getting drawn into it. Both teams, they want to make a pick just before this Dragon spawns, but nobody is falling for the traps.
Yeah, and they're both playing it very well. You can see they're constantly fighting over those river wards, so both top laners can get their roams in. Neither of them have had their successful roams mid, though. Here goes going in onto save once again, chasing him out of the lane.
Yeah, you can see he's definitely got the better of him right now. Of course, Triforce completed compared to that Rod of Ages, which is just stacking out right now. So save currently in a losing lane in that top, but he's still doing okay. They were very much even in terms of CS, but you can see it's starting to crumble in favor of Gogoin.
And it's gonna get explosive pretty soon here, especially since this shield team is so good at killing people who are out of position. Something's gonna happen for the Dragon, and then turrets can fall very quickly. This is a very good chase team here as well. If one of these bindings hits.
Ooh, Cool in trouble. He's already taken low. He can't get involved in this fight. Surely Shield have this one in their hands. Cool could play it coy. He could be fighting from the edge of the aggression range, but at the moment
that should be the Dragon here because they don't really have good vision to get through the jungle, and if you run into another binding right there, there's so much damage with all these assassins, they can instantly kill them.
This is the second time where Cool is one of the reasons OMG cannot fight for the Dragon.
Whoa!
He's going down.
Yeah, no problem there, absolutely. Good dark binding from Gorilla starting that one off, but Najim Whiteshield, they can keep on pressuring this turret. The Cully was just used. Sand is here, so they should have decent wave clear, but that tower's low.
Man, Cool, again, getting hit with the skill shots, and he finished Deathfire Grasp instead of trying to finish Hourglass really early. Didn't even get to use his activation.
No. Away. You can see Save have gone down the bottom, so he's going to see if he can pick up that top turret. Of course, don't forget, the turret at the top lane did go down to the minions, so go and force that one out. Is still sitting on that teleport if required, but they're letting Zephyr come in. He's going to take this mid turret.
And we're going to see this a lot from Whiteshield. They're really good at controlling the minion waves on the side lanes. So as soon as the top wave was pushing, they just group bottom lane and mid lane and therefore start pushing up the towers. If OMG send one member up to wave clear, suddenly they lack a guy, they cannot defend their towers, and easily Whiteshield rotate quickly.
And just like that, because of that one binding, the Cool Ed, they're now 3,000 gold behind because of those 2 turrets going down. Goon's gonna get focused on. They try to pull him back. He will go down. Save also caught out. Cool will get revenge here. He will drop. There's 2 kills for OMG. And there's the mid tower gonna go down.
So picks for each team. Last time, Shield, they took stuff off all sides of the map when they got their pick, and it was just a binding that didn't even get a kill. What can OMG get? Because they actually got 2 kills this time, but they aren't getting the objectives after. Shield got Dragon and 2 turrets off of that binding and the 1 kill.
Well, we'll see whether this tower does go down. Gorilla has got reinforcements. Zephyr just caught by the tip of that light bind there. Watch comes around. That keeps them clear. But while this is all happening, Gogoin has once again headed to that top lane. Got himself free farm. Cool is starting to get going now. He's got himself that Deathfire Grasp. We just saw how potent he is against Save.
And that's why
it's become a problem.
That's why he got it instead of the Hourglass, so he could actually duel cast on here. He just walked straight down to this bottom lane. Save was pushing it up, didn't expect him, and instantly just goes down. Cost him a tower as well, so big mistake by Save here, going down one-on-one.
Well, I mean, it's just these teams are so evenly matched right now. A couple of bindings hit for Najin Shield, and they get a couple objectives. OMG get a couple of picks, and now they took the bottom turrets.
The very important part, though, for Whiteshield is they got the mid tower down, and instantly you can see some depot wards on the side of OMG because mid tower's gone. You can walk into the enemy jungle, place the wards. You can even place one in the middle of the lane so you can see the enemy team walk into their own jungle, and therefore you know where everyone is on the map.
And now we're getting towards that mid game here where Shield really shine with their split pushing prowess.
Going trying to tank this one out. He may well just have enough. Flashes away from the Soul Shackles. Goong just comes around. 4 members of Najim White Shield pushing on the top tower, but look at this. OMG, 5 members all collapsing on this one point. They may run straight towards that tri-bush. They will back away. They're not going to go for the fight.
And once again, he has big mini wave in the top lane. White Shield, they move up there. They force OMG away, even though there were 5 members. They had to run from mid lane to top lane, and they didn't do it fast enough, therefore lost the tower.
And it's not even the quantity of wards that Shield put down, it's always the quality. Right before they're going to move to this top side of the map, you point out all of these wards they have on the red side. Boom, top turret's dead. Save was split pushing down bottom the entire time, so that lane is now pushing, buys him time to go back to base and purchase. This Kassadin, Rod is stacked up, and now he's got the needlessly large Rod.
So something we've talked about many, many times with the Chinese teams is right there. 5 members all collapsed, but as you said, 3 members all coming from that mid lane. They could have taken the mid turret.
Yeah.
Instead, they chose, we want to fight in that top lane.
They could have decided just to trade towers, but it's what we often see, but it's also... It's so much easier for us because we see the movements up here, and when you're in the situation, you see 5 members or 2 members pushing top, and you're like, okay, let's run up and defend it, but you don't realize it's already too late, and that's why you need the quick decision making to just change your style or change your approach, and instead trade tower for tower instead of trying to run up and defend.
And that's where Shield have found so much of their success, is forcing their enemies to play reactively. They constantly are dragging them across the map and taking those little incremental leads.
Yeah, and we actually saw Cloud9 do that really well against White Shield, where they were running around the map with them, constantly traded objectives, and White Shield actually didn't really have much of an answer until the very last team fight where they managed to win it.
They did against Alliance in game 1 though, 7,000 gold behind. They managed to pull Alliance from pillar to post and completely keep them guessing. Of course, they got the revenge in game 2, but we won't talk about it. That's a long time ago. Poor old Alliance, their perfect game. Oh, what could have been. As it stands, it's Najim White Shield that are here. They are the #1 team from Group D. And they are starting to make some moves on OMG here.
And again, Drag coming up in 50 seconds. They switch their focus once again down to the bottom side of the map. Push up mid and bottom, get that vision control that they're going to need in about 40 seconds.
Oh, the kick lands, they go for save. It's a what? The jungler will go down. He gets caught out by the calling. It was going that ended it. The charm landed on save, but it happened to Rift Walk just at the right moment. Jungler down, Dragon spawns in 20 seconds.
Look how little OMG can do though, because Shield prepped this so well, top pushing and bottom pushing. They're going to try and siege up here mid.
Oh, Cloud caught out, Gorilla backs away from this one. They do get themselves a tower. Dragon's up in 13 seconds. Oh! Damage is huge from Safe. He's starting to ramp up. He had that rod. He got the boots. And now, just like that, OMG are forced away just in time for Watch to spawn.
This is why Corki has been such a big pick this world. The poke from him. Rockets landing, binding landing, and Save jumps in to pick it up.
Yeah, not the first binding we've seen from Gorilla in this game. He has taken over kill. On the
Going, tries to go in, but he's going to get caught out. Gook follows through. Here comes Save. Damage onto Sand is just massive. And they are forced away again. They can't contest this now. They have to back away and play defensive.
Those double, triple assassin comps, so fun to watch. You can see Shield jumping in. Goom easily able to get back to his ultimate shadow there. And after the pick, they do pick up the Dragon. Again, both side lanes still pushed up. They get to continue their invade. Blue going to be a steal for them.
It's just all about this long range poke and the binding coming in, which sets up all the kills. OMG stay around, should be able to trade for a blue buff here, but they just wanted to take mid tower and then walk down to Dragon after they got the kill on Watch. Credit to Loveling, by the way, that was a beautiful setup by him. And then one binding lands, poke from Corki, and the all-in potential of the Kassadin.
He was expecting the quick inset kick on him. He actually caught Save, ironically, and Save Rift walked away, which pulled him further in. So it's like, this is great. I don't even need to use a ward. I'll just kick you anyway. So OMG, falling behind in gold here. They're 4,000 gold differential. Equivalent turrets. They have all of the outers down, but it's Najim White Shield that are making the plays.
The one thing here for Shield that we can ding them on maybe is this Corki build, second item Last Whisper. It's even debatable if third item Last Whisper for Corki is a good pickup.
Third item Leandris is not good for a Corki.
When you're trying to get style points, then it's definitely worth it. But, to his credit, there's a lot of armor on this side of the team, but still, second item last whispered there. Not quite as efficient as he could be.
Oh, Bloodthirster would definitely be great for him. Also, just for the poke he's doing with his rockets already.
Well, Gogoin's done well to get the Triforce and Frozen Heart so quick, I think, on this one. But we'll see, of course. Lovely clearing out. They will find that pink ward, no doubts about this one, like yesterday. That's going to get cleared out easily. Can they collapse on towards Goong here? Goong and Watch just over the side. And again, that threatening dark binding from Gorilla keeps them on their toes. And Najin Whiteshield will easily back off from this one and take the bottom turret.
Yeah, look at their focus. All of their wards are spent on this blue side jungle. Every single Najin Shield ward is in this side, and that's where they're split pushing. They get the pressure mid, they easily get another turret here, pulling OMG across the map.
And even better, they can now go back, go up to this top lane here. Going wants to try and push it in, and there's a huge minion wave waiting for them. Whoever goes back here, if they want to use teleport from safe, that is a lot of farm. And this wave up here, nobody's been top lane for a long time. It was pushed all the way into the tower of OMG, reset and pushed back here. So that's a lot of farm lost from OMG and now gained by Whiteshield once Corki comes up and picks up all of it.
Starting to see OMG falling into their habits here of trying to get kills en route, trying to find something, and just being too late to the party. If they'd have just focused and ran straight to that turret, they probably could have got it down, maybe put a bit of pressure on it, but instead,
Okay. This is their one play.
Okay.
No wards. Since all the vision for Shield is spent on the bottom side where they're split pushing, this is a good call from OMG. This is their one play. Other side of the map, they commit to it, and they're going to pick it up.
That's a quick Baron. 29 minutes gone, and OMG take it. You're going to see Najin Whiteshield come in. They find Goong, they see the Baron. They all back off from this one. Save can Rift walk away if Ghoul decides to Spirit Rush after him.
He's going to keep vision of the 4 squad, though, to buy time for Goong.
Well, they're going to keep on going. Goong, he's stepped off to the side. He can get himself a juicy wave. And OMG, they're going to push up. They're going to run straight down the middle. They know that something is up here. They know that somebody is missing. Oh, Loveling going in, trying to find save there. Culling going down, not really finding its mark. Does a little bit of damage to Zephyr. They have the minion wave in. Can they try and go for it? They kick save in. Quickly gets away from it. Oh, Monsoon from Cloud actually blew him out of the fight there. That was a mistake by OMG, and now they have to back away.
And now they have to back away. They had a pretty nice siege set up here, but the Kassadin was kicked in. They couldn't chain the CC onto him, so he got to Hourglass. Black Shield as well. Suddenly White Shield responding.
Here comes Goong. Goong joining the fight. Can they keep on pushing? Can they force them away? This is the Baron of OMG. They need to respect that. And I think that's why Najin Whiteshield are going to play this one cool.
And it's funny because, like, your immediate reaction is, hey, Loveling, pick a different target. Kassadin can jump back out. But everyone on this Shield team can jump. The only thing is Kassadin also has a Zanya's. So,
yeah,
probably want to pick another target.
And we did see how much wave clear there was on White Shield side as well. This Corki pick is just destroying the minions. You have the Kha'Zix to help in as well. Even Zed actually has pretty good wave clear. He wasn't here for this one. But it's very hard for OMG to actually get down and just push a tower. They have to try and get a pick first to get a kill. That's why Loveling tried to go for the Kassadin.
Goong's going to get himself a gigantic chunk of minion wave coverage here. He's happy with that. So, gold between them. Still just 4,000. OMG, they're trying to keep it close. We're at the 30-minute mark. I think the average for Najin Whiteshield's around 35 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe start looking to close it out. We'll see how it goes. Everyone's starting to pick up some big items, though, across the board. You can see Sand now with that IE, the Infinity Edge, the Ghost Blade, and of course, looks like he's building up towards that Bloodthirster next.
And OMG, they are going to still have this Baron buff for the Dragon spawn that's about to come up. They won't have it for very long, but they will have it to try and keep control of this area.
And it's really been a problem for OMG in this game. They have lost the Dragons. And when against a Kassadin, you don't want to lose these early game Dragons because that's where he's actually the weakest. And now you give him all this global gold, but quickly he just becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. And every single time, Cool was low.
Great maneuvering again. Najin Whiteshield shove the wave up the mid, forces everybody from OMG to get the blue, and they just lose all vision of the Dragon Pit with 30 seconds before the time where Whiteshield have complete coverage.
Yeah, again, it's just so clear where Shield are going to go next because that's where they spend all of their money on wards. They move right in, prep for that Dragon. Now it's up to OMG to try and face check into enemy territory here. This fog of war is going to work for them.
That was clever.
You have the Baron buff. I mean, they can just push out mid here.
Loveling caught.
Watch out
Sonic
for the
wave
shot.
onto Goong there, and Zephyr was so close to being pinged out and kicked in towards them. Of course, does have that Valkyrie to get away. Save's been caught out around the side, but again, they are so mobile. Loveling caught out. Will they focus on it? Not going to catch the Phosphorus Brom on towards him. These teams, they're so slippery.
Yeah, but OMG is doing a very good job of staying away from this dragon because there's all these wards placed already. And just
got him.
Seth might be in trouble.
Sonya's Hourglass, he's going to rip walk away, but he's not going to get far enough. In goes going. The catch on, Goong in trouble. He gets exhausted. The dark binding's enough, but there's the hit. The double coming out from Sam. They catch on towards him. They're chasing on to Zephyr. Going is not done yet. Oh, doesn't quite get the slowdown. The Valkyrie is enough from Zephyr. That will be the middle turret. And OMG started to cause problems for Naji Whiteshield. And the Korean crowd here is cheering for OMG.
They've made such good use of that Baron. The only thing that was left of them, that pocket without vision, they took it and they've grabbed everything. Now trying to shove in on this inhibitor turret. 2 solos down for Shield.
Going's got in. They've got Gorilla. They've caught him. Cloud's going to get caught out though. He's taking a lot of tower hits. That's going to be a good monsoon. It will keep him alive. And the inhibitor turret will fall here as OMG start making some serious waves on Naji Whiteshield's base. They can back out. They can go for Dragon.
Such a nice play by OMG here, realizing we cannot go down to the dragon. It's fully warded. We don't even need it. Let's just go mid lane. Force Whiteshield to fight us and save in the back line. Caught out, dying.
They may lose their inner. They may lose their inner turret here. Naji Whiteshield look like they're going to try and rush straight up there, and they are a little out of position with low health. Remember, the Baron buff is now worn off. They do get the dragon, though. Whiteshield not going to go for it.
Yeah.
It is a safe team after all, and they don't want to risk it.
Very, very hard for Shield to press right here. But again, all of those moves just brought the gold back to even here. Okay, let's take a look at how Save got himself into such a terrible position.
Went for it.
He rip walked in.
And lovely kick flash.
There we go. Lovely. If you don't succeed, try again. He got the cast in again, this time with the kick. And no matter how many dashes he had, they were able to chase him down.
The crit came out from San there as well, which is what got Goong down just at the end there. So, Naji Whiteshield reset the clock here. They're suddenly behind on gold. And this is something they've not had for a fair amount of time. OMG, really, you've just got to give them credit. That one little Baron play has turned this game on its head.
That and, the over-aggressiveness there from Save. Right now, this is the strongest point here for Going. He is a super tank with his Trinity Force. He's extremely threatening to this squishy Shield team.
We also have to highlight the fact Zephyr didn't have his Infinity Edge for this last fight because he went for the Last Whisper second item, and normally Trinity Force into Infinity Edge is the best damage build for Corki early on. He just completed it now. There's of course a lot of armor on Going, so this Last Whisper will be very useful for him.
And that's
but
the
he
problem.
needed Infinity Edge.
It's causing problems for Goong. Who's he going to target now? The QSS has now been picked up by San. Of course, there is a Zhonya's on the mid lane. You're not going to go for Going because he is a super tank right now with that Radiance and Frozen Heart, and that's causing serious problems for Naji Whiteshield. They can't pick out anyone, and that's why OMG are feeling confident. They're just going to come in and brute force down this inhibitor. They've stripped half the hit points off as they back away and keep Naji Whiteshield pressured.
Yeah, Shield are definitely going to make an adjustment for the next game. Leaving Baron dark after 20 minutes versus a team coming out of the LPL is going to bite you in the back. OMG, remember, Going's greatest fear was being indecisive. What got them back into this game? That decisive call.
Yeah. And can we also just give credit to Loveling plays Lee Sin?
Oh, yeah.
It has been fantastic. Don't give this guy Lee Sin ever again.
Well, OMG realizing the speed and efficiency that Naji Whiteshield can collapse and chase on somebody that is low. It was cool that got caught out with the binding. Cloud was also dropped low, but Baron's up in 3 seconds. There goes the vision control. Oh, double warding. That's a slip up from OMG. But Naji Whiteshield, they're going to rush mid.
I do like the ward just outside the Baron because most people put the pink ward inside the Baron pit and then expect just to clear whatever's in there. The ward just outside, you won't see it with the pink ward. You need to place 2 now, and therefore they will be able to spot if Whiteshield tries to clear it away and start the Baron. Notice there, pink ward, can't actually see the ward.
Can't see it, and Naji Whiteshield are starting this one. OMG are close by. Loveling's just off at the side.
Going down so fast.
Here comes Going is a super tank. He's ready, happy to fight and draw the attention, but he's not that strong. He can't take 5 members down.
Baron not
And
regen
Zephyr
again.
picks it up. There goes the culling, though. It will force Naji Whiteshield away from Baron for now, and that will be enough, but it is a big death time already.
Risky. They're starting it again. They're very risky. Just back away now. You took too much damage. Going the hero here, the captain of OMG, sacrificing himself, stops the Baron.
Well, we saw it yesterday, of course, that flash rise. They just went in and straight up 3v1.
It works, man. Just send in your top laner. That's how you stop Baron.
Get in and do the damage. Look at this. They're trying to sneak down the bottom. Cool is heading down there, but Save is already there. So I think that wave is going to get cleared out. Can he manage to land and poke towards him? Has he got enough to take down Save? I'm not sure at this stage. He has that Zhonya's, remember. He's going to try and pick the charm. Not quite there. He does have the support. Sand's going to come down. They want to try and quickly take this turret and back away. I'm not sure it's going to work out for them because look at Najim Whiteshield. They're making moves straight to Baron.
OMG have plenty of wards, though. They can see it and act accordingly. They're going to collapse back on it.
The ward just outside, and this is pretty bad research from Whiteshield because we have seen this a lot in LPL where people actually place 2 wards, one inside the pit and one just outside. They should know if they want to start a Baron, either use the sweeper just outside or have 2 pink wards ready.
And Gorilla even has an Oracle's upgrade. Not sitting around Baron entrance, though. Didn't get to see it. Trying to check the bushes instead.
Whiteshield must be questioning themselves. Obviously, you can see that gigantic gold lead. They had almost 5,000 gold at one point. It's all square now. They have that exposed inhibitor in the mid lane, so they have to keep check of OMG. Every time they shove that wave up, and they can't risk just going for Baron and then losing out. Safe. Oh, that sweeping lens didn't quite catch it yet. I think it saw him, but he didn't want to risk going towards it. Gorilla will go in, but again, they're not spotting that single ward like you mentioned from OMG.
Another big
they're going to try and single him out. They're trying to go for Gorilla. Oh, good Dark Binding. Korko going. Slows him down. Not going to catch him at that speed.
Another big thing for that last team fight that we saw from Shield and OMG was that Shield solo laners were level 15 and they hadn't got that level 16 point to their ultimate, whereas both Going and Cool had it. This time around, though, Shield solo laners have hit that point.
Ooh. Loveling trying to make a pick. Can he make a play? We said Lee Sin was going to be such a big focus for both of these junglers. Both want to get their hands on it. And it has caused them problems in earlier fights.
Ooh, and look at this. Gorilla is almost ready to complete his Zanya's Hourglass, which Shield, without that tank, they don't usually play with a hard tank. Having Morgana with an Hourglass brings a lot of zoning to a team fight from your support role. Really helps out these teams that do not run with the actual tank stats.
Yeah, it does mean, though, there's no Mikhail coming in to try and save a target who does get charmed.
You have to dodge that charm.
This Baron fight, this Baron bait, the back and forth, this is actually playing into OMG's hands. This is what they've done for the entire season in the LPL. They are well aware of how to play this dance, and they're not getting caught out by anything. Najim Whiteshield trying tricks, go in, trying to draw them in, will clear out the ping ward. And OMG once again clear out the majority of ward coverage that Najim Whiteshield have.
And OMG in the LPL, they were one of the teams that actually played around Baron really well. We just saw yesterday a lot of risky Barons, from Royal Club, but OMG have been one of the teams that actually have worked around Baron and not been drawn over to that magnet. This time, though, this is risky having 2 people bottom. Shield, though, they would have to commit really hard to this Baron.
Yeah, but OMG still, they have the same ward just outside, so they know, okay, you didn't start it yet. Here's a fight.
Cloud, Going's caught out. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Instead, he turns it around. He goes in for save. There's the damage. There's the Zonya's drawn out. OMG back away. They knew that cooldown's going to be huge. DFG fired up. They go on. Saves the trouble. He goes down. They catch him out. Goong has to back away, but the colleague is ripping him apart. The Baronet comes in. Lovely finds Zephyr straight in towards the Black Shield. Tries to get caught out. Sam's on it. There's going to be the Soul Shackles. Is it enough? It will ping off. Cloud's taken low, but OMG come out on top with a 2 for 0. They're not done yet. Going trying to catch on Gorilla. Not enough, but that frees up the Baron.
And OMG really show how good they are playing these dive-on comps here where you just rush onto whatever target you can get to and you just burst them down into it. The fact there's no tank on Whiteshield means Save is the first target and he goes down very, very fast. He only has the Hourglass to protect himself.
Again, OMG, great play around the Baron. They didn't go for one of the risky ones. The one thing you can't say for Shield, though, is that they had both side lanes pushing during that. They did get shoved into the turrets. Again, though, second Baron here for OMG. Last time around, they made great use of it, and there's nothing to distract them from taking down the rest of these outer turrets. Those 2 secondary turrets should be pretty easy money for them.
You see it again here. So Save actually jumps in. He's always the guy who wants to engage because he's the only frontline member they do have, and he has the Hourglass. It's a good Black Shield. What now? I mean, you use your Hourglass. Cool still has charges on his ult. He can just follow him up, kill him. Aurelia can constantly dive on. The reason China loves Aurelia so much is because you can always dive onto the back line and just follow people and kill them.
And again, our featured matchup. That fight right there were the 2 solo laners of OMG versus the 2 solo laners of Shield.
Woo! Black Shield was just a fraction of a second too late, but it was enough for OMG to get Zephyr down. They come in, Baron on, and in goes Lovely. Thought about kicking, actually used it on Zephyr. This time the Black Shield does get stopped. They are going to take down the inhibitor. They may lose their top turret here. Going has teleport. We'll see if he backs off and goes to prevent Save from taking that top turret. I think they will.
He needs to recall and go up. There will be a tower though for Safe because there's been so many minions constantly pushed into this tower here, taking it very low. Easy go for White Shield, but the fact that OMG got this very first Baron simply meant that White Shield could never get to a point where they could actually split push because they had to go back and defend it. Then they lost the fight, they lost the turrets, and the comp just never really managed to do anything because they lost that first Baron, and now OMG stronger in the team fights.
Shield tanked down the bottom turret, so OMG currently up in turret, 6-5, Baron on, inhibitor down in the mid lane, and the Korean Najin White Shield on home turf being pressured by the Chinese team OMG to make it an all-China semi-finals. Long way to go before we get there, of course. This is a best of 5, and that is honestly home turf for both of these teams. They're very comfortable in these best of 5 series.
Yeah, OMG are fighting to get further than they did last year. They swore that they were gonna get much further this time around. Would be that point.
Stand the focus, but look at that Monsoon doing so much help. Goon goes in and just gets ripped apart by OMG. There goes the catch on towards him. Going comes around the side. Zephyr's the focus. He's tanking up the turret for days. Gorilla has to use the Zonyas. He's in trouble. He's gonna get caught out. That's the second. There's a third catch as well. The inhibitor turret will fall. They're tanking it through. They don't care. They're going for the Nexus. Super minions get one down. They'll take the second, and the Nexus will fall. They dive on Zephyr and keep him busy while the rest of OMG come around the side. The Nexus will fall, and OMG will take game 1 against Natty White Shield.
Such a good performance here by OMG. That Baron call was insane. They were behind, picked up the Baron, just rushed it instantly, and then they could just force White Shield to team fight where OMG had the stronger comp.
Yeah, I mean, it was classic Shield for the beginning of the game, pulling their team across the map, concentrating all of their wards where they were going to be fighting, but they left a crucial area open against OMG, the Baron, and they jumped right on it. By the way, OMG also ended the game by split pushing against Shield. They had going in the top lane, and it forced Shield to try and force that fight. Then he TP'd in and collapsed. Beautiful, beautiful game there from OMG, clawing their way back in from a single misstep.
Solid control overall, honestly. They were 5,000 gold down at that point. They managed to turn the Baron, and we were talking at that time how Najin White Shield were just controlling the map. The one part they didn't control was that Baron pit, and as you said, after the 20-minute mark, you cannot leave that area blind.
It is just too risky, and White Shield, they were constantly pushing the side lanes. They could have gone out and start split pushing. They had the lead, they had the wards down. It was looking great. And as soon as you lose the Baron, you're forced to go defend. Obviously, OMG could then just take the game, and they really showed when they play these 5 versus 5 team fight comps, like they always do, like they love to do. That is scary stuff. If they get onto you, you die.
So, looking towards the lanes, obviously the first time we've seen Cloud here as well. Looking good in game 1, honestly. Got his hands on Janna. We knew Thresh was going to be banned. We knew that could be a focal point. Where do we see it? Do we see any differences, of course, with the data change?
Well, of course, he's not. Cloud's not going to come in here and be a miraculous savior for everybody, but he was definitely an improvement.
Got a win over a Korean team. That's a big improvement.
He only died one time, and he was able to keep up vision control on that bottom side of the map fairly well. They fought, kind of blow for blow in that vision war. So definitely a good showing here from Cloud and promising results here for OMG.
And it was his very first game on the international stage, so probably some nerves coming in as well.
Yeah.
Should only get better and better. OMG as a team, in best out of 5, they often actually lose the first few games and then just get better and better. They already won the first game here. That looks scary then.
Yeah, what a fantastic start here to this quarterfinals. Of course, for more insight into that match, let's send it over to Quickshot and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. I think OMG pulling a sneaky Baron, and I think the sneaky Baron is what allowed them to win the game. We'll get to that in a moment or two. Let's talk about the two team compositions. Najin Shield pulling out the standard double carry Zed Castle, and they did it in the group stages, and OMG beat them with it.
Yeah, they do this on blue side, for those of you who don't know, because both, as Kobe was saying at the beginning of the game, because both Save and Goong can play both of these champions. So it brings a lot of flexibility, and it kind of eliminates that purple side counter pick that you get as last pick. Now, was it particularly helpful this game? No, it wasn't. I mean, Going still got really far ahead of this Cassidy. Cassidy doesn't have a lot of tools in lane to deal with Aurelia, but that was kind of the thinking behind it.
Now talk to me about the rest of the composition. We had sort of carry top laners for both squads, carry mid laners for both squads, mid-game sort of AD carries on both sides. I feel like both of these team comps stylistically were very similar. Doublelift, what do you think?
I really disagreed with the Morg pick this game because really the only thing there is to Black Shield is Lovelink's ultis, right? And he didn't do that, and Lovelink just constantly kept kicking Watch and kept kicking Zephyr into his team. His reaction time really isn't good enough to merit picking Morgana.
Yeah, I want to touch on that point. We can call the graphic down by now because we know like what the comps are like. But I think the Black Shield's actually good because in these fights, a player I want to highlight is Gogoan, and his E usage on Aurelia, his stuns were on point, and that's the only reason they were is because he manipulated the Black Shield. But you can Black Shield Charm as well, the stun. So there's enough CC that Black Shield works. Plus Gorilla played such a good Morgana. His binds were on point, and one more thing about the Morg matchup, if you look at the 2v2 bottom, if you were thinking purely in terms of trades, Janna Lucian should win that, but they won that lane because Corki Morg pushes so quickly, and that opened up the map for Najin White Shield so well. So I like the Morg pick, I like how he played it, bar his first buy-in on lane. I think he played such a good Morgana, and I'm going to stop whining soon. But the Frost Queen's claim, last point, was just really well used. It's the first time I see a Frost Queen's claim rush that I agree with, and he used it so many times, set up his buy and set his ultis. Okay, I'm done.
Well, it functions a lot. Now, when we talk about Najin White Shield, the way they like to play the game, especially with the Zed pick, is we often see them take Zed Janna, okay? So we see him, the engage from Goong on Zed, he goes in, and then he leaves his shadow next to Janna, assassinates a target, comes back to Janna, heals. So this is functioning very similarly. Comes back to the Morgana, there's the Frost Queen claim going out for the peel, and you could just disengage with Morgold and the bind as well. So I think it does suit stylistically. And this was only Gorilla's second professional game ever on Morg, so not something that OMG was expecting for sure.
I just want to point out how weird the mid picks are, in my opinion. First pick Zed when Janna's open. Janna's historically been a counter to Zed. Not only does Janna pack Exhaust, but ulti will blow Zed away, and Zed's ulti no longer puts a shadow right next to you. It puts it where his original location was. So Janna's just like a natural counter to Zed. Also, Ahri. To me, Corki poked Ahri out before every dragon fight. That was probably one of the biggest reasons why Cool was unable to participate in any of the dragon fights, and OMG just had to give everyone up. Honestly, Ahri had very little game impact and didn't even win the lane, so I didn't really understand why Cool had picked Ahri in the first place.
Well, the entire composition from both of these squads relied a lot on picks, finding those kills. Let's pull up the replay that we do have in the middle lane. It's actually both teams securing some kills. Let's roll this clip out, and maybe Doublelift or Crepo, you can chime in here on how these teams are trying to set up these individual kills on high mobility targets.
All I know is Lovelink's a god.
Yeah, this guy is so going to listen. He basically broke open his match together with Going. Every fight he would go in and find a way to either kick somebody, flash kick, or kick flash. He basically differentiates between the three versions of catching people out, and he's so smart.
And I just want to point out that before he made that big play right there, the map was completely Najin White Shields. They had taken mid tower. They had actually taken, if you look at all three outer towers, this is a really good play by Save, by the way. He just went in and got a sick pick with Zepha's rockets.
And they chase Going down in a second as well. Najin White Shield going to find the kill, and they lead to Dragon.
This is the limit of OMG's comp. If they burn all their firepower, they can get turned on so well. But at the same time, the catches from both teams are just so vital. Whoever finds the pick can win the game. But I think throughout the game, Najin White Shield has more pick potential, but loses the initial 5v5 fight. And that's actually why they ended up winning, because in the end, they started team-fighting against the Janna, and
well, that and the sneaky Baron. I mean, if this Baron sneak didn't occur, we'd probably be looking at a different outcome.
Yeah. Let me pose a thought to you guys, because I felt watching this game, Najin White Shield demonstrated better minion, side lane control than I think any of the teams I've seen in the quarterfinals. At least you had an extended laning phase, it was easier to demonstrate it. But while they were pushing out those lanes and controlling it, it opened up the possibility for the sneaky Baron from OMG with all of these carries. And from there on out, OMG was smarter about playing the map. Agree or disagree?
I think OMG was smarter when it came to Baron vision. They had that one ward, if you guys remember, right outside of the pit to the left. Yeah. They sneaked that ward, and it's such a typical ward. And I think Najin White Shield is a good adaptive team, and they will learn. And next game, if there's a Baron contestation, those spots will be swept immediately. And that's, I think, where the difference is going to come.
Doublelift, we saw a first-round pick Janna for OMG. We saw Cloud on stage. I instantly feel his presence was more notable than Dada's from the group stage. It's a little unfair in game 1. But what's your take on seeing the team now, considering you thought Shield was going to win this until Cloud was added?
I really think they were prepared for this match. I mean, when they saw that first pick Zed, they immediately reacted with that insta-lock Janna, and I think that was super smart. Janna's historically a counter to Zed, and if they think that
really good Janna.
Yeah, and Gorilla's really good Janna, it takes away from that. I had heard before that Cloud was a two-trick pony. Historically, he only really plays Nami and Thresh in the LPL, but the fact that he was able to break out Janna for the first time on world stage, that's really impressive to me.
Yeah, and when we go into the next match, now, this is the second quarterfinal where I feel that we've seen a Korean team kind of test the waters with a... this time it was a very classic Shield draft. We've seen this virtually identical draft earlier in this tournament. When Blue came up, they tried the same kind of strategy that didn't really work for them in the Champions Summer Final. I feel that they're just like getting a feel right now, and the adaptations we're going to see in Pick and Ban will be pretty dramatic in the next game.
I hope we get a winning lane matchup for Gogoin because he's the one that kept OMG in that game because all the lanes were either equal or getting pushed in, but he was winning his lane to the point where he could open up the map again, and he's basically like the rock-solid player of OMG.
Yeah, I'll be honest, without Loveland and Gogoing's plays that game, OMG had really no chance. The Baron call was good, but what kept them in the game after Dragon losing all those objectives was really just Loveland and Gogoing. So hopefully they have better game. Loveland actually had a really awful start. If you remember, he got killed at level 2 at Kha'Zix's red buff, and he was still able to make such a big game impact. I wonder what will happen if he doesn't start the game off dying randomly.
Yeah, Loveling, very aggressive. The number of flash kicks we've seen throughout the game, the success rate can be debated, but nevertheless they went in. Guys, we are going to take a brief break in the action. While we're off the Rift, Najin White Shield tells us about their emotional journey to Worlds.
(2014년) 서머부터 저희 실드가 이제 멤버가 바뀌고 제가 탑으로 포지션을 바꿨잖아요.
솔로 랭크 10등을 딱 찍었을 때 나진에서 연락이 오더라고요.
제가 약간 늦은 나이로 나진 쉴드에 이제 입단하게 됐는데 이 나이로 이제 프로게이머로서 성공할 수 있을까.
저희 팀에 마티 형이었던 누철이 형이 나가면서 새로운 재거리 형, 소드에서 그래도 경험이 많았던 정글러잖아요.
탑을 잘 키워주니까 제 실력도 늘고 그렇게 팀 스타일을 찾아간 것 같아요.
그냥 원맨 원맨쇼예요.
세이브 있어서 왜 이래요? 혼자 세이브는 정말 굽비 불린 바가지가 아니라 그냥 미친 바가지 같아요.
한 단계 한 단계 올라가는 게 되게 뿌듯했고
우여곡절 끝에 명경기들을 많이 만들면서 올라가게 되어서 좀 재밌게 경기한 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
준우승했으니까 다음 시즌에 우승하겠지. 뭐 그렇게 생각했어요. 팔 8강에서 승승패패패를 당했잖아요.
기분이 되게 오묘하더라고요.
팀원들과의 신뢰도 좀 떨어지고
초심에 가졌던 마음이 조금 나태해지지 않았나.
그래도 아직 우리 롤드컵 남아있고 멘탈을 좀 추스렸던 시간이 필요했던 것 같아요.
거의 막 반쯤 포기했었어요. 감독님이 새벽 4시에 부르시더라고요. 니네가 하나 된 게 중요한 거니까 부담감 갖지 말고 편하게 해봐라.
뭐 마음 편하게 해. 네. 알지? 충분히 이길 수 있으니까 마음 편하게 가자. 네. 자, 가자. 하나, 둘, 셋. 화이팅!
저희 팀과 KTB가 선발전 1일차에서 붙게 됐을 때 들리는 말로는 온도도 그런 진출권에 진출하지 못한 팀들끼리의 대결이라고 자극을 엄청 받았었어요.
대회 때 오니까 게임을 너무 잘하더라고요, 다들. 좀 웃으면서 했던 것 같아요, 이제.
이 분위기면 KTA는 이길 수 있겠다. 결과적으로 이기고 나서 이제 SK가 남았었잖아요. 4경기 때 저희가 발언을 시도했는데 페이커 선수가 뺏어가셨잖아요. 잠깐 한 2, 3초 동안 정적이 왔어요.
침착하게
쏘리. 괜찮아. 침착하게. 오케이, 괜찮아.
우리가 이길 수 있다 이런 식으로 생각하고 다 같이 좀 으쌰으쌰했던 것 같아요.
제가 마지막 한타 때 죽으면서 페이커를 끌고 죽었는데 사형 선고를 걸면서 딱 생각했어요. 아, 이건 이겼다.
그때부터 소리 지르기 시작했었어요.
그냥 롤드컵 보기만 하던 걸 이제 내가 가는구나.
끈질김인 것 같아요. 다른 팀들과는 다른 끈질김을 갖고 있고
뭘 하든 뻔한 결말은 재미가 없잖아요.
우리의 노력과 집념이 선발전을 통해서 보여진 것 같아서 정말 기뻤어요.
저희 팀 하면 이걸 라진이라는 단어가 있잖아요. 불리하다가도 역전을 하게 되니까 막 이걸 라진 이러는데 솔직히 라진 실드가 우승할 거란 생각을 잘 안 할 것 같은데 롤드컵 결승전에서 전 세계인이 이걸 라진이를 외칠 수 있게 꼭 우승하고 싶어요.
저와 라진 실드 꼭 주인공이 돼서 주목받고 싶어요.
我认为我们在 C 组里面的表现得不是很好。
艰难的就是也算是比较幸运的走下，就是晋级了。在这过程中，我们战队总结了很多获胜的因素，这让我们更加
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched OMG pick apart Najin Whiteshield in our first match. And now we're back for game 2 between these two teams. How's it going to go, gentlemen?
Well, different bans. Just calling it right now. Kobe, who do you want to ban?
So I say this Jace ban. While it was cool from Shield and it showed that they did some nice research, throwing bans at Cool is like dropping bans into a deep well. He plays so many things. I mean,
especially
I'd
when you
ban
leave
out that Lee.
Yeah, you leave open the Lee Sin for Loveling.
With the
Aurelia.
Cassidy pick, do you think they were expecting to see Rumble as the final pick?
No, because OMG had the last pick anyway, so they wouldn't be picking Rumble into the Kassadin because Rumble can't really kill him in lane. It's a pretty easy lane for
But the Cassidy versus Rumble, that's what they were expecting, surely, to think, we can win this one. This is
Well,
easy.
don't do it on blue side then when the enemy team has the last pick, so that would be kind of strange.
Especially if you're playing Going and Aurelia, you're just...
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is, obviously, we were talking to Monty on the way in here this morning, and he said, going to be 3-1 because... to Najin Whiteshield, because somewhere along the line, Najin Whiteshield are going to mess up pick and bans, and maybe they've got that out of their system already. Who knows? Here we go.
Their comp wasn't bad. It was just once they lost the Baron, they couldn't split push and got forced to team fighting, and they were weaker in the team fights. But let's see if Lee Sin is going to get banned by Whiteshield or if it's going to be a first pick by OMG. I mean, Whiteshield right now can leave open like Ryze and Lee Sin and force OMG to choose and take the other one.
Well, best of fives is all about adapting and overcoming. And both OMG and Najin Whiteshield have come back from 2-0 down to win 3-2 in best of five. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is only 1-0 in this. Okay, Lulu ban, interesting. That's against Goon because he played it twice in the group stage to great success in that mid lane.
Now that's one thing I really do like from OMG, targeting Goom. That's one of the guys on this team that you want to target in the bans. Watch and Goom, because Cool, like we said, he's got a much deeper champion pool than Goon. He can easily work around this.
Yeah, it's very, very true. He's actually always had a fairly small champion pool. Back in spring, he played a lot of LeBlanc. In Italy, they're obviously gone. But now, Lee Sin and Ryze are both open so far.
Maokai.
Maokai as well. They can ban it here and have OMG.
I would not want Going on Ryze.
No, I mean, but do you want Loveling on Lee Sin?
I wouldn't want Save on Ryze either, so which way do they go with? Yeah, exactly. Do they let Watch have Lee Sin?
Ban Maokai, Lee Sin, Ryze open. So they pick one, you get the other one.
Something here, a problem for Najin Whiteshield is that Save really doesn't play Maokai, whereas Gogoin can go towards that one. So we'll see whether the final ban comes through. So Lee Sin is in there. Okay, gives the choice to the top laner. It will be Ryze, it looks like, for Gogoin. But they're discussing it. They're like, but Maokai, do we let it go through?
Get the Ryze denied from Save as well. Like, both these top laners can hard carry on Ryze. Just like Gogoin can do it on Aurelia, which was banned away, but if you give him the Ryze instead, I'm not sure.
As good as Gogoing's Ryze is, this champion is not a immediate win for the top lane. You can kill this champion very early. Early on, mana building phase, he is a juicy, juicy target. And we'll have to see which jungler Watch goes with, because Kha'Zix is pretty much the most next contested for both of these two guys.
And so the only problem is if he goes Kha'Zix here, and we're going to see like Jarvan coming in from Loveling on the other side, he will have slightly more early game pressure. He can use that pressure to help Gogoing in the top lane. When we see OMG play, it's often Loveling, ganks for Gogoing, he gets the lead, and then he teleports bot lane, helps the bottom lane, and suddenly everyone is winning because Cool normally does fine in the mid lane alone. That would be scary stuff.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because he did lock in the Kha'Zix, so the next order of junglers would be Jarvan for Loveling.
Janna is open again if they want it against the Z pick. They can do Janna Lucian like they did in the last game. Right there, you have the same bottom lane now, super strong as long as you have the coordination between them, and you have the Janna into
So
Zed.
the thing is, Goong has talked about how much confidence he does have with this Zed, and that's why they just keep going back to it, picking it first round over and over again. I don't know, though. Working around that Janna is extremely difficult.
Yeah, especially because I'm not sure if OMG wants to pick a Zed themselves. I don't recall seeing Cool play a lot of Zed. I mean, I've seen him play it, but not been like, oh my god, his Zed has been absolutely amazing. They're going to first pick this Zed from OMG's side. You could delay the pick. You don't have to first pick it. On this side, you could have gotten Janna for Gorilla.
Well, I've definitely seen Cool playing some pretty amazing Zed in the past. We'll see, of course, which way he goes, but the fact that it has been locked in first pick, again, as Grepo mentioned, you know, insta-locking it against the Janna Ryze combo. Just the fact that Janna's there is a tricky prospect. But Corki locked in this time again for Zephyr.
Jungle Braum.
Are we going to see? Will it be Braum this time? He was considering it last game and went with the Morgana. This time around, he will stick with Braum for support Gorilla.
So going back to those regular season picks here for Gorilla, Let's see how they do with an initiation. Now they're going to have an actual tank on their team, and it comes from the support, so it doesn't have to be top laner or jungle here. Brom Wall is going to be pretty big for this team. A lot more defenses means their team fight will be much stronger.
Yeah, and now that Lee Sin is gone, Kha'Zix is gone, we pretty much always see Loveling fall back on a Jarvan. It's a very standard jungler in China as well, because it's so much about diving the back line every single time, where Jarvan fits in really well.
Thing is, it's also good because it would cataclysm in the AD carry, but Corki's already been locked in.
Corki can always jump
and
away.
He can just jump out of it.
Still, Rengar maybe coming in. If this is going to be a Jax top lane, I mean, they're playing around a little bit. The Ryze can be a flex pick. Jax has been a very big pick for going as well. But we might see the Jace, which was being practiced by Cool in solo queue. We saw he had like the last 10 games, 8 of them was on Jace.
And this is a poke combo. It would be poke with a Janna on their team. That's always a good combo to go with.
Oh, Rengar, 1-4 record for Loveling on Rengar. That's not good in the summer. But as you mentioned, with the Jace in there, maybe this is something, obviously you said in the last game that Cool, of course, had been practicing Jace constantly. Will we see a switch, or will Save choose for the Nidalee, for the split push, for the poke?
Yeah, and so Save on Nidalee, he can actually go 2 different ways. We have the standard split pushing Nidalee Bruiser type. We've also seen AP Nidalee actually coming, where he gets Sheen as one of the first items, and then he can either go Trinity Force or Lich Bane with it. But that's normally picked into a very heavy poke comp where they have Jace, where they have a lot of poke themselves. They do have the Corki pick, they do have the Kha'Zix, so they can still do the AP Nidalee, and then Zed as the only split push, and then you have 4 people sitting in mid lane poking onto OMG here. So it could be poke comp against poke comp.
Could be. I do like the fact also that we do have both junglers who could set up the hunt in the end game.
We do.
Rengar versus
We'll see
Kha'Zix.
whether we get that stage.
Fingers crossed.
So,
but that would have to be a really late game.
We do have a lot more engaged on the side of OMG compared to White Shield in this case. So White Shield wants to poke and like kite, which is the style they like to run a lot. Where OMG on the other side, you have the Rengar, you can flash in on Ryze to set up the easy engages.
Right, we've seen really good engages from going with his Ryze, with just the flash and upgrading his distortion boots to get that cooldown for flash and his teleport. He's been a really, really good top laner for engaging fights for his team, just like Save used to do. Really good at flanking around.
So a lot of changes for both these teams in this match. Of course, best of 5s, it's all about adapting, overcoming. Who's come out the best in this pick and ban phase?
I mean, we have to see how much Going can do on this Ryze pick, because that was the first pick for them. Lee Sin was banned, so we didn't. White Shield didn't want to trade Ryze for Lee Sin. So if Going can carry on Ryze here, they might have to change it up again next game.
And I also have to say, the other solo lane here, Cool, there's probably a reason why Shield banned it out. And Jace now, with the changes, has a much stronger matchup versus Zed.
Well, now that the teams have picked their champions, who do you think has the edge here? Tweet us #OMGWin or #NWSWin to @LOLEsports. And of course, we'll tally up your votes and see how this goes. OMG take game 1 in the series. Can they go 2-0 against Najin Whiteshield, or will they strike back? Of course, you heard in game 1 some big chants coming out of the Korean fans for OMG. Najin Whiteshield on home turf being outshouted by China fans.
Yeah, and Nidalee is the last pick here for Save. He is going for the Doran's Ring early on, so we will see the AP Nidalee. That's actually a very hard matchup against the Ryze. For Save on this top lane here, Going should be able to do just fine in lane, get all the early farm, which also means Loveling can actually sit back and farm to level 6 before he's really needed.
And, AP Nidalee, while she is better when she does group up than, the Bruiser Nidalee, she's nowhere near what Jace is. Cool is running those flat armor penetration runes, and he should have a pretty easy opening lane here. So if Cool can get massive, then that's going to be plenty of poke for them. Ooh, cancels that auto? No.
Just a little back and forth between the two junglers. Doesn't realize how much support is behind him. Cloud's going to come and see if he manages to throw that Howling Gale out. No, simple ward on the red buff. Doesn't actually show Save, so with the scene, of course, remember last game we did have the duo lanes both head towards the top. We'll see whether it stays the same, because at the moment the support and AD carries are split for OMG. Looks like San wants to be down the bottom there.
Will be a swap here from White Shield, sending Corki to the top lane. So Save on this Nidalee won't have to deal with Ryze in the one-on-one. At the same time, the Corki pick won't have to deal with Lucian Janna, which is such a good comp if you coordinate the shield with the poke from Lucian.
I have to say, I think Shield are going to have to rely on that lane swap. Their team fight against double exhaust with these double assassins that they have is going to be an uphill battle for them. They do start out with that lane swap, trying to get Corki to that fast level 6.
It was spotted out, so Najim White will respond. We did see Watch was down there ready to start out on this blue buff, which OMG are now taking, so it's going to delay things. You can see now, Watch is going to pass by that ward, so OMG fully aware of his position. I wonder if they're going to try and play any shenanigans and interrupt it. Remember, they tried to go for the 3-buff start last time around, which is where the kill came from for Najim Whitechill, but it will be a simple pickup, the support. But it is a 4-0 push, and Save, he's down at this tower.
Yeah, Save shouldn't be down here because he will never ever get close to any minions when your blue buff is already gone. You know they're on the bottom side of the map, just zoning him away. And
got one.
Watch this. He did get one minion with the spear. That might be his idea. Just sit there, try and long range spear to try and last hit some minion.
Well, this ward that they placed really early on, because they're expecting this lane swap, not only does it give them vision for this early dragon attempt, if it would go down from OMG, it also alerts Save that the threat of the dive is no longer there. So he can sit in that lane, and Shield are currently getting 3 lanes of experience. He got a bit of experience off of that minion wave, whereas OMG right now only getting 2 lanes of experience with a double jungle follow. And up top, Zepha's trying to freeze it, but it will slowly be pushing towards that turret.
Yeah, right now OMG, they need to send Loveling and going back to this bottom side here and force Save away from the tower, because he is actually able to get a few last hits with his spear from max range. OMG has not been able to actually deny him any of their spears, like walking in front of it and take the damage for it. So they need to send back Rise and Rengar to force Save away, maybe even dive him.
And of course, there's always a winner in these lane swaps, these little shifts around. It's always the mid lane, and that is at the moment going very much in favor of Cool versus Goong. You can see double the CS right now. And again, it looks like they're setting up for a tower dive, but again, that ward paying absolute dividends, and he will back away the second they come around.
That should also signal Braum to roam down, because they have to worry about the early dragons. Those early dragons are very easy to stop if you get in there with multiple people at the same time, and you don't walk in single-handedly. Their vision's already run out, so it's a bit dangerous, but since they see the dual lane down here in the lane taking the turret, shouldn't be too bad.
And right now, Going should actually have teleported to the top lane. He just missed out on a lot of minions. They haven't seen Gorilla for a long time, expecting him to be gone, because you don't really sit in 2v0 the top lane with your support. And Going, once the wave hit the tower, it was only the Corgi. Could have teleported up, picked up a lot of farm actually.
Yeah, so they didn't use him to take the dragon. They didn't use him to teleport up top and get the experience. Going to be at a bit of a deficit here.
You can see, of course, the pros getting involved in this one. Dexter talking about the AP Nidalee, how it's a pretty good answer to Jace's pick. Of course, we're going to see how Rengar does. Has a 7-1 win ratio, apparently, but from what I've seen of Loveling, it's definitely not that case. It is a 1-4 ratio for him, so it's a bit of a counter. Goong in this mid lane. You can see he's taking some serious punishment from Cool. And we talked about it in that first ban, of course, whether it should have been a thing. We'll see, of course, just how strong Cool is on Jace. He has been hitting it hard in the solo queue, and that's where the research came from game 1. The question is, was it ban-worthy?
Well, we're going to have to find out. I mean, what he can keep doing here once Loveling hits level 6 as well, and just keep pushing up the wave. Loveling sits back at the tower, wait in case any fight breaks out, Loveling comes in, and you have so much burst with Rengar and Jace together at level 6 for Rengar.
Look at Save, though. This top laner that focuses so heavily on vision control, not only does it clear out the most wards for top laners, but he's got deep vision inside the jungle that's going to be the side that he's laning on once again. So it frees him up to play extremely aggressively and play with that confidence.
So, top laners now fighting one another. Loveling getting spotted out again. They have full vision of him. That does give Watch a little bit of freedom to possibly go up towards that top lane. Goong is heading
level
down.
6 to level 4 Rengar.
Yeah, Loveling does not want to get involved in this one. This could be a straight up dive in there. Goong's going to try and head off straight over the pit.
Going.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can find him out there. Full on tower dive, risky play. Of course, don't forget that Rune Prison is a big deal for Going.
This is what you said in Champion Select. Taking Rise is not an instant win for your lane. He's very squishy early on. He's just completed the tier. He could take a big hit.
Yeah, and he's pushing out now here. Safe, he loves to actually freeze the waves and force the enemy top laner to stay around to get the CS and experience, which means Zed can then go in towards him. Diving it will be very risky though.
Will be very tricky. Tower hit goes to Goong, and Now we see Loveling coming back to help out. Goong very much safe, and that's a lot of time wasted by Goong there. Look at the CS differential building in that mid lane, 60 to 34. A lot of time wasted, a lot of experience wasted.
He couldn't wait any longer. That's why he actually went for it and just got to poke in. He was hoping going with a walk further up the lane, maybe try and poke on to save, and then he could have gone for the gank.
This is going pretty well now for OMG here. They have the 2 tiers that they're trying to stack for their team, and they're already on a nice gold lead here. So if they could just hold it in this at the same pace for a little while here, then they'll be very, very successful with this opening.
He's got it, he's gifted it, Cool's taking it, now he needs support. It is there. Cool hangs around the side, so the blue steal is in. Najim White should remember, they were a little bit delayed. OMG's has just spawned. Let's see if they can counter it, whether they get across quickly. It looks like they're going to go straight for it.
And OMG as well, this Jace pick in the mid lane gets a very early power spike at level 7 and one at level 9 when you get your fully ranked up Q here, the poke you can do onto the enemy team. And that's going to be so strong for the first dragon fight, where Save won't be able to have the same poking power back against OMG. So this Jace pick might actually also give OMG the first dragon of the game.
Ooh, Watch is going to go straight in and find Loveling here. They're going to come around. They want to try and start the dragon off.
Straight up.
Stood on a ward though, and OMG, they're all coming in. Sand's a little bit further away from this one, but don't forget that Shock Blast will do some serious work on the likes of Gorilla, who's trying to stand it out. He's going to go focused in. Watch is caught out. Exhaust goes on to him. Gorilla will be first blood. Save's going to be the next focus. Exhaust goes down on towards him. There goes Goong. Can he get the damage down? It's Cloud he's trying to focus on, but a support not on that good of a target. He will get it. Can he get out though? Goong's going to try and catch on to the lock on towards him. They're separated. Split targets, but Sand comes in. He's late to the party, but he's certainly got an invite. Zephyr's going to have to try Valkyrie away from this one, and they will come out 2-1 in favor. I said 1-1 in favor. I tell a lie. It was 2-1. It was just a hell of a long fight. Gorilla respawn.
So White Shield's idea here was because San had actually recalled. They're like, okay, we're 5 members. We're going to start it.
In trouble.
Teleport as well. It's not over yet.
Oh, San can dash away in the back of the pit. They need to try and lock him down. He's just going to slide on over. Najim Whiteshield can't get anything from it. Can they try and take this mid turret?
After that disastrous team fight, they also spend the teleport, and just a quick sidestep there means they get nothing out of it. A huge, huge early game here for OMG. This is off to an amazing start for them.
And taking such an early dragon when there's still 4 members around, and one of them is a Jace, by the way, is such a risky play. It backfired. Notice on your minimap how San is not there for the fight. He's still running. That's why White Shield started. But Zed comes in late as well.
It's all about these 2 exhausts for their team too. Exhaust early on here. They use both of them on 2 different solo laners. Going into the bush here for Cool, even though the Ignite is on him, it does give vision. Goong switches targets, only gets a support kill, and then, since he wasn't looking at where his shadow was, he goes right back next to going, and it made sense Save to go down and die for him.
Yeah, and just well played by San as well, joining the fight. He sees Save want to jump in, instantly just dashed in his face and killed him. Well played by OMG.
So, OMG in the lead once again. They managed to claw their way back into this one. They fell behind in the lane phase in game 1. Going, uses that teleport, protects that mid turret, gets himself going. Catalyst up there, big invade. Najim Whiteshield, 4 members, sorry, pushing up towards that top lane, but back away. They were spotted by a ward, and they don't gain any advantage.
And we have to highlight how many wards OMG is actually buying as a team, because in the group stages and in the LPL, we have seen many, many times where a team like OMG, they kind of slack on the wards a little bit. They don't have enough wards down. They don't pre-plan whatever they want to go for an objective. Last game and this game, they have been buying a lot of wards, and they use them here to constantly spot White Shield moving around.
Loveling has hit level 6 now. Didn't have it in that previous fight. Cool and Loveling grouping up, and that's why we're seeing Goong playing so passively, but it's causing problems. He needs CS. Going is stealing it away. Cool comes back around, and OMG have started off so well in this matchup, but they've got to be careful. They're leaving Zephyr alone. That's going to be the top tower. San will take that. The second turret of the game, unanswered so far by Najim Whiteshield. The middle one, the last one remaining they want to take, but Zephyr's doing what he can to get Najim Whiteshield back in this.
That's a lot of pink wards they also managed to clear around this mid lane here, and trading top tower for bot tower, now pushing on. Again, Jace, he has this early power spike where he can just poke on to once he gets max rank on his Q. He can just land so much poke. They use it, grouping fairly early, just get a bit of damage on the tower, clear some wards around the around the mid lane, and now just backing away because they have to deal with this Corki in this bottom lane still pushing.
Yeah, OMG got to be careful. There was 3-4 members being drawn to that bottom lane. This is something they do a lot. Here goes Loveland. Stealth goes down. He's looking for the kill. He's going in for Gung. He's going to come around. Bounces on towards him. Doesn't land the stun. Went too early. Gung instead tries to turn it around. But you can't mess with 4 members of OMG. They collapse and kill.
To be fair, that stun was going to land. It was just an ultimate there from Gung to dodge it, but they had him surrounded. Great gank there from Loveling, and now they have control of mid lane. They should be able to take it. They're calling Jace up. He kills turrets so quickly with just his W. And since he's got started with those armor penetration runes and he got the early brutalizer, his poke already hurt so much.
Half the hit points are what shredded away there. Gorilla is trying to stop as much as he can with that Unbreakable, but as you mentioned, with the Lucian, Janna, Jace in there, they will shred down these turrets so fast, and that's what OMG are looking to do. Create the pressure. They're almost 4,000 gold ahead already, and now they're moving once again to this blue buff, which they have owned this whole game.
They should be able to pick this one up as well. There's so many members here. No teleport for Good going, however, he's in the top lane. Might be a little bit careful. Can be 5 members on White Shield very soon.
Gotta be careful they don't gift anything across to them. There it is, blue buff taken once again. Watch, riding on the Howling Gale. And they're gonna try and move across. Zephyr may get picked off here, he's going in. Cloud's gonna come steaming around the side, trying to catch him with that Howling Gale. Does pick him off, but Cool does not follow it on. The rest of Najim White Shield are currently separated. They're not reacting quick enough to OMG's quick early grouping.
No, again, the Z-Pick needs more time to farm up here before he becomes really strong in the one-on-one. Zephyr forced to sit in mid lane and wave clear together with Save. You don't really have too much wave clear on this Nidalee. It's all about landing the spear. But we have to notice these defensive pink wards from OMG. That's what they use to start the Rengar gank from your own jungle onto the mid lane here. So the wards just around the mid lane itself won't do enough. They won't spot him as long as you have defensive pings to make sure the enemy team can't see you when you actually stealth up.
There's Goog, he's going for the turret. Might well get it. Oh, the culling coming down from San. He may take a tower hit. Has to try and shadow dash away. He does have the support of Cloud. Cloud going down there as well. Will force him away. Lovely. They're all chasing down there. It's Goong that's going to get caught out, but there's the teleport. No answer from Goong going so far. They're going to blast in on. Safe, turn around. Look at the damage going back on towards him. San gets himself to the mountain. Oh, beautiful ulti coming out from Cloud. There's Goong coming in. The rest of the team react. It's a 5-man pile-up from Najim White Shield, but they are 1 man down. There goes Cloud. It's a 4-on-4 so far. Goong's going to come around the side. Try and catch on. The double kill comes out. Going is absolutely wrecking through this team. Can they get one more Rune Prison? There it is, Gorilla the focus. Not really the one they wanted. They will back away. And a 2-for-1 trade once again for OMG. Najim White Shield, they shouldn't be fighting.
And 10 seconds before Dragon, that's not the right time here. OMG gonna get another objective off of this. Perfect for them. This is gonna get out of hand pretty quickly here. Now OMG, the problem has never been their strongest points. It has been the consistency for this team. But man, bringing Cloud back in has worked so well for them. And let's take a look at the double exhaust once again from these teams.
Yeah, and also an AP Nidalee teleporting in. It doesn't really have much of an effect. San Bellatrix and them notice the ulti from Cloud. Flashes in, knocks Goong away from San, so he has to go back. Bubbling joins in, and in the river, you can already see Jace coming down.
Yep, and so Jace is going to bring exhaust number 2. So this is the call. In comes Cool and going. He signals, go chase somebody, get that Rune Prison. Second exhaust comes in, they get the kill onto Corki, and they continue to trace. This is also going to be the Dragon cleaned up for them right after.
3-0-1 on Ryze. And he's what many people consider to be the best Ryze player in China. Going is going to be really scary.
Yeah, and he got this champion almost all the games in group stages too.
And he hasn't even hit his power spike yet. This is early. He's at 3-0-1. Front of Ages only just completed and starting to stack out. This is a serious problem for Najim White Shield. They are 4,000 gold behind. They're going to get their first tower of the game, or are they? As San comes in, oh, the minions still don't get it down. And they hold on once again. Zephyr forcing Loveling away from the tower. So, OMG, they like to fight. They've got to be careful they don't get drawn into too many uneven fights, though, by Najim White Shield.
Yeah, and they don't want to give White Shield time to actually group up and start pushing down the wave to their tower, so the Nidalee and the Corki can start landing the poke. You want to constantly push it back, so you're the one in charge here. Cool already taking a lot of damage. It becomes harder and harder to dodge these rockets and spears.
Let's take a look at how this AP Nidalee does work out now that he's got his Athenes completed. It isn't just Nidalee for their poke. They also have the Kazakhs and the Corki here, so it is Spike Rack evolved Kazakhs.
Yeah, just about holding on. You can see, you mentioned the poke, the damage that can come out. So OMG not winning this poke fight right now. If the Shock Blast don't land, it's going to be a problem. Gorilla blocking the first one a moment ago. Loveling waiting off the side. He has his stun ready and waiting to go, so he may try and pounce on this fight.
Well, the thing is, he just recalled back to base here to shop. He was a bit low as well, so no engage coming from OMG. I mean, Loveling is the main engage. There's no flash for Go going either.
Here comes Loveling, though, right up the middle. He has ult ready.
Moby Boots on ult ready, Go going, trying to catch up, Go going, pops the ulti. It does blast Najim Whiteshield down, but he doesn't run in. Still very risky play. Najim Whiteshield running a good siege here.
Yeah, look at all these traps, making it even harder for Loveling to actually engage in through the lane at least. If he steps on one of them, they will see him, and they can then start move away.
They might try and use the last little bit of health of this turret as bait.
Breakable used to block the culling out. Shock Blast going to come through unanswered this time around. They are going to keep them off, and I think Najim Whiteshield looking at Cloud, motors through and clears all those traps out.
Good guy, Cloud. But OMG managed to defend the tower. There's a lot of poke though from Whiteshield once they can actually group up.
Yeah, that is not a good sign here for Shield though, because with the team that they've fielded this time around, it's really hard to come back with this sort of team.
Oh yeah.
Unless you get some crazy picks, unless you get some sneaky Baron like that, it is so hard to come back with this type of team.
Yeah, Zed, if he's forced to stay back and defend and wave play at his own tower and be in a straight up 5 versus 5, can't even flank around. We saw in the last game how hard it is to actually take down a target when there's double exhaust, Janna pick as well. Gung back to play pushing, will actually get a tower. Going for Go going.
He's going for Go going, but Go going's got support from his team. He's going to bait Gung in there. He's going to try and run away. Look at this, down the mid lane. Cool is coming down, Cloud is following. Najim Whiteshield, they're going to group and cleverly take the mid turret though. They're going to draw him away. Sand's going to be the focus. Caught by the last little bit of Loveling. In comes Loveling. Gets in, pounces, gets the kill. Bottom lane, we saw Gung go down. The tower taking damage. Watch is tanking it out. Is he going to be strong enough? Pounces in, gets the second hit, and he will get away clean. They don't get the tower, but they get 2 kills.
Well, they get the top tower there, trade 2 for 2, and they get the top side. Let's see how much they can get done, though. Rise is constantly trying to shove bottom.
And that was a lot of members sent bottom lane from OMG. Go going could actually have won that fight by himself, probably one-on-one, but still, send out the members, will be able to take a mid tower. So at least getting a trading mid tower for the top tower, but well, Whiteshield still. So split pushing pays off.
Quick recap: Najim Whiteshield, they got the bottom and top turret from that fight, dangerous. 2 kills, but they do lose that mid. Gung once again coming in, cool shock blasting in there. I'd say it's dangerous, but it's a quick and easy pickup for OMG. Cool and Go going are really rocking in this game.
Yeah, and that early mid turret going down just in time. 1 minute left for this dragon. They've already got deep wards on the blue side set up here. OMG sitting pretty.
And the 2 tiers here for OMG are both just above 500 mana at this point. And what?
Whoa!
You're in trouble, mate.
What's going out? He's in trouble indeed. Goon's going to come in. The exhaust comes down. Gorilla stops it. That shock blast was well wide. Nice work, but that forces the jungler back. He should have time to go back to the fountain and come back before this dragon spawns.
Yeah, I don't think anything was really used from OMG here, getting him low, but he has time to go back once again now. Looking for another target.
It's this flat armor penetration from OMG versus Shield, who do not build very tanky pretty much ever. And it's so good against them. That's why he went with the flat armor penetration runes and why they get the early brutalizers here. And they just rip right through anybody that they catch out.
And it's a very nice setup when you have Rune Prison to lock the target down, and then the Jace just smacks you in the face for all the damage from long range. But the only tank for Whiteshield is going to be Gorilla as a support, and he's not even going to become that tanky.
Loveling's ulti is going to be back. Going's ultimate's going to be back. They were both used in that last engagement to force him down. But Goong, he's only at half hit points. He can't really go diving in too early in this exchange. Dragon is now up.
Loveling comes back
and forth. There's the ulti catch. Going on to watch once again. Cool comes around the side. The Collie comes in. Loveling gets it down. Zephyr just completely caught out. Gorilla, that unbreakable not going to stop 5 members of OMG. And just like that, 3 members go down. The mid turret's in trouble. Save gets blasted. And the crowd are loving OMG.
OMG are looking so strong here. Whenever they can get an engage and they can dive onto White Shield, they do it. They get the kills, pushing on here. They can also take a dragon when they want to.
They're thinking about the inhibitor there. It will be the dragon they're going to go for. And oh my god, are they looking good in this game.
Side lanes are pushing, so they're going to want to clean up this dragon as quickly as possible. Shield should be able to answer something here right now, shoving mid. And since they do have those 2 other points of pressure, maybe they will be able to finally get it.
Gonna go for a counter blue. I think that's all Najim Whiteshield can hope from this one. Maybe this mid turret. All 3 dragons going OMG's way though, and a 7,000 gold lead almost built up here by OMG. Remember, Najim Whiteshield, they come back from this against the Lions, but I'm not sure OMG are looking to give up that grasp so easily this time around. That mid turret will be saved. Monsoon from Cloud forces them away, backed up by the culling of Sand. This combo, this duo lane, is working wonders. Those shock blasts stripping half the hit points off Watch. He's built full damage. He has to get some defense.
The thing is on Kha'Zix, for you to really be strong in these fights, I mean, you need the early damage items. You need to get your last Whisper as well. And OMG is really punishing White Shield for playing these fairly weak 5v5 comps, and with no tank as well. Every time a shock blast lands, you're down to 50%.
There's 0 armor on them at all at the moment, and that's what's really making Cool look like he's absolutely blasting through them. That unbreakable. He can only stop so much. Going, trying to collapse on towards Goong. Shock Blast City, constantly going back and forth.
Shield are not going to find success trying the same thing over and over, grouping up like this. They got to go with some split push here. Cloud is kind of caught out here, though.
Point blank shock blast to the face. Here goes Goong. He has not got
to go down.
Damage. He has to tell a lie. He has. Does manage to get himself a kill, but well, I think it's a bit of a null point, honestly. A trade back and forward, but
that was actually good for White Shield because now they can start pushing. There's no Jays to poke them from max range. Will get it.
Nothing here, though. He's going to go in. Save's going to go down. He gets caught out with the Hail and Gale. Gets away from this one. Lovely taken low. Watch is going too deep, though. Sand picks himself at 1. Goes in. Seth caught out. That's going to be another. It's a double for Sand, and he's still chasing. They drive them back away. They lost the tower, but again, you're feeding the AD carry.
You can tell that Shield are getting a little desperate in these team fights. Everybody going a bit too deep there, and OMG play that team fight extremely well. Everybody who's low kiting out just in time, trying to bait in a couple more suckers.
The fact that White Shield don't have any proper disengage against a Rengar here is a big problem for them, because every single time Loveling engages, they have no chance of actually running away from him. The target he locks down, OMG can focus and just burst them down within, takes them 2 seconds pretty much to just kill the first guy. And White Shield had the chance to take Janna in the first rotation. They got Zed instead.
Yep, they're going to have to turn it on pretty quick here. So let's look at this re-engage, because Loveling, he backs off. He's the one baiting now. Watch can't get to the back of him, and then Zephyr gets Rune's Prison. He decides to try and commit on Cloud. Also can't finish that one off. Well, I guess there was no other choice. He wasn't getting out of it, so you might as well go for the kill.
But just before that fight happened, of course, Sam had picked up that Ghost Blade, so now he's rocking and rolling, building towards that Bloodthirst that we've seen some great Lucians, and again, San, who had a lot of question marks over him coming into this tournament, especially when you got the likes of Uzi and Name in the Chinese scene. He was completely overshadowed, but he is really performing on the world stage once again in this, now that he's got Cloud alongside him.
And he's had a really hard time because he's been switching to
Wow, solo in it, going, blasting Goong and forcing him away. The rest of the team come around, Shock Blast, not mind finding him. He does take half the hit points off Watch once again as the minion wave comes in. I'm not sure they can defend it. The culling comes through, Unbreakable stopping a chunk of that, but again, the next wave will come through. Shock Blast still keep on raining back and forth, and OMG are poking down Najim Whiteshield.
Swept as well. They're looking for somebody.
He's going in. It's Gorilla's the only one he found, but Unbreakable will prevent all of that damage. That's going to slow things down for OMG a little bit here. Little bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, LeBron will be fairly tanky when he has his shield up, and not the target they want, so they decide to quickly just back away.
But they can stay here for days because all the waves are in their favor right now. They've got no reason to back away. They can just keep on drawing, hoping that Cool lands one of those. Safe once again caught out there. Safe, as you mentioned, out of mana. They're getting forced away from this one. The blue will fight. That spear though lands. Oh, Ingram's Loveling. What follows out? He's taken low. Cloud has to use the Monsoon. Not sure why he blew them away, but it does save his own team. and a risky engage. Still, Najim Whiteshield proving that they can beat them off the turrets if they need to.
Exactly. So that means, OMG, they really need to take control of this map. They have the 5v5 squad. Dragon come up in 1 minute. All that they have to do is ward up on this side. Make sure you leave one ward over by Baron, because we learned that last game. But that's pretty much all they have to do, and they can control that neutral objective fairly easily.
We're just waiting for ulti here for Loveling. We need the flash obstacle going as well, and then OMG can start a fight if Whiteshield stays around to try and land the poke here. We do see an AP Nidalee. He still does pretty good damage once she lands the max range spear.
Yeah, hasn't got that death cap quite completed. In comes Cloud to clear the vision that Gorilla did just try and get around that Baron. Didn't want to fall for it again, as you mentioned. But the Dragon's up in 40 seconds, and that's probably going to be the next focus target. We'll see if Energy Shield fancy fighting for it. They are really starting to tumble behind in gold. It's 7,000 now. If Goon keeps eating those shot blasts, absolutely will not be worth fighting for. Good lifesteal, good heal from Save.
Yeah, Cool can really dish out the damage right now. Not only shock blasts are hitting extremely hard, but he also has his Muramana transform already. Going to be pretty devastating. He's not with the team at the moment, though. Plenty of time. All they have to do is delay any sort of commitment from Shield.
Both picked up by him, so those shot blasts are going to keep on coming. There's one, bam, save. Half the hit points gone. Can heal himself there. Loveling stealths up. Zephyr was off at the side actually, but they had no ward there. They had one just around the side. Trying to clear out the pink ward, trying to remove the vision, but they're taking some poke from Najim Whiteshield themselves. They're trying to collapse around the side. Zephyr, why is he out in the front there?
OMG don't have to rush this because their top is pushing. Here it goes though. Smite Fight.
Save takes a blast again. Continuing. Smite Fight's not going to happen. Watch instead. Stealths up. Tries to jump away. Loveling does not have vision of him. And that's another Dragon for OMG. 4 out of 4 now. Shock Blast not quite connecting. Going blind into this bush. There's the Culling. Blocked out by Gorilla. But they're still chasing. They can still pursue. Sand trying to get the damage down. The Shock Blast. The acceleration gate. Giving them the speed. Loveling goes in. Catches Gorilla. Gorilla unbreakable. Back off cooldown any second now. Is it going to be quick enough? There it is. Stopped him down. Zephyr separated from his team. Going collapses on him. Valkyrie away. But now Najim Whiteshield. They're trapped. They're out in their opposite jungle. Will they get chased down? Goom caught out. The bowler catching onto his feet there. They will keep on following. Will they catch him out? He's going to go up for Goom. Going second low. He's going to get popped. He will go down. A 1-for-1 trade. Sand picks up the kill. Save now chase. Gorilla gets away. The top laner is pouncing away. It's very hard to catch a Nidalee, but Sand has the damage if he can get one little step closer. I'm not sure he's got the speed. One more shot. Heals himself up. Side sensor. He's going down. And Sand now at 6-1-7 is godlike. And well, OMG, they are in full control of this game. It's taken them a little bit of chasing, but if one team's going to chase it, it's definitely OMG.
And it was a decent scramble there from Shield too. They got out of it in a 2-for-1 trade, which isn't as bad as it possibly could have been. But man, you can just see how much control OMG currently have of the game.
And you can see how Whiteshield feel like they don't have any other option than keep grouping as 5 members and try and land the poke and try and like disengage, kite. Because Zep has never hit a point where he could really split push other than taking one tower in bot lane.
Yeah, you're gonna get beat so bad early there by that Jace, and Cool did a magnificent job punishing going really early, or Goom really early on.
Didn't the Prophet actually say Whiteshield was going to win? It's not over yet, by any means, but so far OMG is looking very, very strong.
Thing is here, for Cloud, he's obviously the performance stance. Like, it's been a great improvement over Dada. You know, all the rumors about why the times he was spent
hitting the Baron.
Pretty much, your performance is definitely going to speak for itself here. And OMG looked like the OMG that fans wanted.
They could do with going split pushing down bottom and pushing that tower down. The thing is, Ryze don't take tower downs that quick, but they had a wave down there. He has teleport available, as does Save. And it's funny because Save's not being able to split push. Simply put, he has to stay with his team, which is causing so many problems with Najim Whiteshield because they just have no pressure on OMG at all.
Yeah, it's all about the Z pick with the split push. I mean, you want to have the AP Nidalee poking, trying to use that as one of the
they got him!
And he just got destroyed.
Absolutely evaporated off the map there. Lovely comes in, he bounces, he's going in, and the Culling is being blocked by the Unbreakable. Going flanks around the side. Zephyr tries to get away from this one, but you can see the tower hits. One more shot, going catches on towards him. We We do see Sand picking up another. One pouncing away, running for his lives here. Whoa, Sand's gone deep on that one. Pop's not going to be enough, and he will be safe. 4 for 0. OMG just destroying Najee Whiteshield. They're going to tank down the inhib.
And we have seen this before. Going on Rise, flanking around the enemy team here. Once again, Loveling is the guy who sets up everything for them. He starts every single fight. They get the picks. And man, they're looking good.
Loveling is just such a cool jungler because one game he'll come out with these risky strategies and he'll do the level 2 move, but then he'll immediately switch it up. He never lets himself fall into a pattern, so his opponents can't predict what's going to come out of him next. This time the Rengar's been great. He's gone with that new sort of Korean build with the early mobility boots and extra damage.
And the Baron, is it going to go their way? That's the question. Coming around the side, Gorilla tries to come in, watches there, can he get the spy? Oh, he gets it! He'll go down and pay the price, but that may well have just kept Najee Whiteshield in the game.
It'll buy them a bit of time.
Just ran straight in there, jumped in, and got the steal. That was so important. That's going to buy Whiteshield some time at least.
Don't forget, Watch is the man that had FLICKR steal the Baron away from him before, so that's got to feel good for him. A quick smite in there, but this is what the fight. This is what started it all off. Save just getting destroyed.
Yeah, and that was such a risky spot for Save as well, trying to clear the wall. But OMG to keep going. Look at going here. From behind, Zephyr is like, okay, I'm feeling fairly safe behind my Gorilla. And then going just comes around and smacks you down.
Oh, the little catch as well. Sand just caught him at the end. Fantastic stuff. Watch. This is how he gets away. So that was why he got the Baron, because he managed to avoid that fight.
They even dropped the pink ward to try and see him there. So he was able to get out of range of the pink ward and immediately jump just as his invisibility was going to wear off.
So, OMG. Warning signs.
Looking great coming out here, team man. First 2 games taken off of Shield. What a performance. All they had to do, switch in Dada out for Cloud.
Can we also just say everyone else is really performing?
Yeah, it's transformed the whole team.
Everyone is really performing.
It's given a new lease of life, confidence to the team, and we wondered how it would be. Sometimes substitutions can work this way. It's like when a new player is transferred into a football team or anything like that. Suddenly a new lease of life is there. New manager comes along, anything really that just changes the morale in the team. And suddenly players that were looking a little lapsadaisical look incredible and cool, honestly, on this Jace. I think we're seeing why it was banned. 4-1-8, shredding the damage of all of Najee Whiteshield, and that's another turret. They're not going to defend this one.
Yeah, and it comes back to those champion pools of the mid laners. Cool definitely has so much depth over Goong. You can see teams are sort of baiting Goong into this versus pick Zed once again, and it's kind of, you know, it's definitely biting them in the butt, actually.
Well, I mean,
it shouldn't be.
They're coming in with double exhaust. They're like, fine, first pick Zed. We're happy with it. We're going to double exhaust you.
Whiteshield is tunneling on this Zed pick way too much. For next game, they're definitely not going to early pick it. This Jenna pick and the exhaust has just been able to counter it completely.
It's actually something that the Samsung Deans did against Cloud9 as well. They sort of baited high into those Zed picks, and then they brought the exhaust, and they didn't let him split push, and at a certain point in the game, there was nothing left that the Zed would really have an effect on.
Best shove from Najee Whiteshield, not going to profit them anything from it. They can't get towards that middle turret. They dare not. Of course, they do have Baron on them, so then without anything, it was the Baron that turned it around for OMG in game 1, where they snuck in and took it. This time, a smite steal from Watch, who himself is on his 3rd World Championships. Reached the quarterfinals for Sword alongside MacNoon in Season 2. Season 3, of course, reached the semi-finals. Went out 3-2 to SK Telecom, and honestly, probably gave SK Telecom the best run for their money in that entire tournament. Can he go one step further? He's really going to have to step up for his team, though, to make it, because OMG are looking incredible. And, you know, we talked to teams coming into this matchup. We talked to Cloud9 last night, and they just said, well, things that I can't say on air were going to happen to OMG, but instead it has been the complete reversal. OMG have looked incredible in these first 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, those perceptions are based on scrims, and we've seen the big difference. People performing on the big stage when there is pressure like this, that's what's key. I remember the picture from last year, OMG on the beach, when they went to LA after failing to Royal Club, writing in the sand that they were going to win Worlds S4, and they're making a great case for themselves right now. They still have a long ways to go, but they don't look like they want to stop in quarters.
No, and it's also fun to see how the first day of group stage in Singapore, OMG lost both their games, and they looked very lost. LMQ destroyed them, and Samsung Blue destroyed them in those 2 games. But ever since, it's like that. Some nerves, maybe, I don't know.
Ever since that Fnatic win, maybe?
Ever since the Fnatic win, they've actually just been getting better and better and better, and kind of been finding their old form. Because remember, this was the team going to All-Star as well. Back in spring, they were the #1 team. Didn't work out in the playoffs for them, but at least they were the #1 team going into All-Star.
Yeah, and let's not forget, of course, they changed that mid laner. Cool stepped back in after his eye surgery. Shi Young was in there previously at All-Stars and played a fantastic Syndra, honestly, and with obviously a lot of pressure was on Cool to come back from that injury. You know, your eyes, it's a pretty big deal when you're playing video games.
Yeah.
For really anything in life, honestly, your eyes are a fairly important part of your everyday, and the fact that he's come back from it and then is now performing at such a top level against top Korean teams. And this is something that China has always wanted. You know, they've always said, if we're going to beat anyone, we want to beat Koreans. You look towards Insec and Co that have obviously gone across and joined the Chinese scene, and maybe even Kakao's doing the same thing now, who just went and win the OGN champions, looking towards the Chinese scene. They want to beat these Korean teams and prove China is not a second-class citizen. They very much can challenge Korea.
Of course, everybody wants to take out the champ. You got to go after the #1.
Let's see now. They are pushing up on its inhibitor. White Shield can't really fight them. I mean, OMG has such a strong 5 versus 5 comp. They're going to have to catch out a target. But every time Goon goes in, Cloud is there, knocks him away, and Exhaust is ready. So let's see what White Shield wants to do.
The Baron buff has worn off. Of course, the shock blasts are going to keep on raining through. Zephyr just getting out of the way of one there with that inhibitor respawn. It is the target OMG want, but they're not going to go for it just yet. Cloud took a little too much poke. They're going to play it safe. Why not? Those shock blasts drawing the damage onto Goop. Oh, it's a death push. They're going.
Look, going in.
He's popped the stealth. Who's he going to pick off? They can sense out Watch. Watch can leap away. That ultimate's wasted.
Wasted ulti, try to set up. Looking down this bottom lane, White Shield has managed to once again set a big minion wave push going, and it's actually going to do a lot of damage to this tower. OMG might have to back away, send someone down to clear it, then start setting up the Baron if they want to.
They also got to work on their vision coverage here. While OMG has such a huge lead, it should be very easy for them to fill in with wards here, and everybody should be backing, because Baron coming up in 15 seconds, they really need to get some down. They at least have this 1 pink ward to work off of.
They need
early
to work on their excitement as well.
The Windians.
If Loveling maybe would have gone ahead of his team, they all followed him. It's like, this one, I'm stealthed up, guys. Stop following me. I'm trying to go around. Trying to be sneaky. Sneaky is their aim of the game, but Safe takes a shock blast, and Nat says, hello, we know you're here, but can they take the Baron? They're risking it for a biscuit. That's the question. Can they get it in there? Gorilla, unbreakable. Monsoon forces them in the back. The Baron taken by Najee. White Shield, though. OMG back out. Everybody down. About the extra kills. They get Gorilla down. They can't chase, but San Francis in. They're going to come around. They have the vision. Will he dash in? This is risky play. Watch, he's going to lifesteal. Instead, they've got it. They've hit and run. They've done an OMG on themselves.
OMG were a little bit slow, and nobody had wards to leave in the red jungle leading up to Baron. So by the time they got vision of Shield ran right through that pink ward, and they just burned down Baron. They're going to have to trade him for this inhibitor, but it is, again, pretty much the only move that Shield had there.
Yeah. Again, you can win the 5 versus 5. If you ever start poking away, Loveling can engage onto you, and your Zed who wants to split push and beat people one-on-one, that's never going to happen, because OMG is just going to walk straight up your base instead and force a 5 versus 4. So they had to go for the Baron. It worked for them. Once again, maybe buying some time. Loveling, that's a very early ulti.
They want to see if they can pick someone out there. There's a trap at the side. They want to see if Zephyr's maybe going to push down. That stealth is about to wear off, where he just instead pounces on it.
So a lot of times towards the late game, when you do have the lead like this with Rengar, you kind of use the ultimate as a radar system just to see who's kind of close to you and if there's any possibilities of picking anyone off. Didn't find one this time around, though.
Can't go back now.
It's a quick cooldown. I mean, you look at his build, it's all built that he can bring that up pretty quickly. Dragon is up. OMG very much controlled this one. They will keep the gold swimming their way. Every single dragon gone their way now. Shame their Barons haven't, though. That is what's keeping Najee White Shield in this.
And again, this shield comp that they're running here, really hard to come back with. So even though they have this Baron, it's going to be a really, really big uphill battle, and they do need somebody out of position from OMG.
Yeah, that's going to be the key here. They have to catch someone from OMG who's overextending alone, or maybe someone is not there when the fight starts. It's only 4 members. That's what White Shield needs. So they have to start warding up their own jungle here, so they can actually see OMG move around. Otherwise, they're just going to be forced to sit back in their base and take a 5 versus 5.
Watch has hit level 16, all 3 upgrades, and Rengar as well.
Oh, Gorilla needs to be careful up here.
Oh, this is super dangerous.
Not too dangerous at the moment. They're going to try and take that red.
Trying to rocket steal.
Tried to rocket steal, yeah. Cool's going to get in instead. That will get locked up by him. Save. He's going to need to do something about going, or somebody has to, because the rest of OMG are going to follow him in on this top lane in a moment. There's a ward that will spot them all, so Najim White Shield can react.
Oh,
Look at Loveling go! Look at the speed, he pounces in! He catches the stun on to watch! Can the rest of the team keep up with him? That's the question. Pounces away and does not quite catch that target. Remember, on the hunt,
away from top though.
I think on the hunt may well have triggered. They're both at level 16. I'm not sure all of the objectives have been reached yet.
It'll go off at a random time once all the conditions have been met, so.
They managed to get a tower here because they forced White Shield actually to go down to the bottom side here with the engage from Loveling, and should be able to pick up Inhibitor as well. I mean, look at the poke they can do every single time.
Both Inhibitor here should be pretty easy. The poke still coming in strong. Baron buff regen will definitely help out Shield, but it's going to be very, very hard. There will be very hard pressed.
Should be going down right there. Yeah, so again, they have to land the spears from safe. As long as every time it misses, it opens up for OMG to move in, hit the inhibitor, wait for the next spear, go back again, dodge it once again. And it's just so unfortunate. They're going to get nothing.
They're going to try and catch on this time around. Watcho is low. The stealth comes down. Cloud taken low. Zephyr almost dropped there. Exhaust down on him, but he's saved by the whisker there. Fantastic stuff. He gets away to the fountain. And OMG have to disengage again.
Still though, 2 inhibitors gone. The mid one will respawn very soon. Need to once again go down to this bottom lane, take the big wave, push it up. Buying a bit of time for White Shield to get some more wards in the jungle. They could spot OMG engage just before here, which actually made them stay alive.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down with double lines of super minions buffing each other. Should give OMG a pretty clear path here. If they want to finish out very safe, just go bottom, siege up, hit a couple shock blasts, and they should be good. Baron buff pretty much gone.
It's been an impressive performance by Sam though. I mean, the guy has had to swap support so many times the last half a year. I mean, remember Loveling was the support during All-Star. Then it was Pomelo they had, who's now again the coach for the girl team of OMG, or My Girl, or whatever they were called. And at the same time, you had Data 7-7 in there, then you had Cloud, then they swapped a little bit, and now Cloud is back for the quarterfinals. And yet the guy's actually really been showing up.
Well, he takes a lot of flack for the laning phase, but people have always commended him for his team fighting. He's always been very solid for OMG in the team fight, and he's shown it here. He's building with a lot of confidence. All damage, just relying on Cloud. That trust is already there with these two guys. They have played together on and off throughout the season.
And that's what Doublelift was talking about. When you have an aggressive AD carry in these team fights and you have Janna, it just makes it so much stronger because he can dash forward, he can deal the damage, and then you have Janna for the disengage.
At the moment, it's 90 seconds until Baron is up. Najim White Shield have had their hands on it the last 2 times. That pink ward at the front being used to spot Loveling, pouncing in there, traps laid around the side as well. They don't want to get caught out this time around, and instead Loveling is looking around the side. He has his stun ready and waiting. Let's see if he pounces in. Watch may even be the focus target, of course, because that quest will be starting out soon. Zephyr keeps on pouncing. Look how many traps are being laid down.
And Cloud
comes in, clears them all out with that shield, sweeps the field.
It just becomes very hard with Rengar to engage right here because they're standing in the base.
Stealthed up, tries to go for it, but can't get close enough. But it will fall down. Shock Blast doesn't really find his target. Zephyr doing a good job at keeping him away. Oh, Cullen being used, burnt out. Watch, pops back in there. Santa away from his team. They've all backed away. Suddenly realizing, buddy, we need to be with you. The inhibitor has been left alone. The shield tanking it. Not going to be enough. This is risky play for OMG here with the Baron up in 30 seconds.
If you know OMG, then they will probably back off here and control it. Also, the hunt is confirmed to be on by observers right now. So next kill of Rengar or Kha'Zix can get that trophy. Here we go. This might be it. They're going to collapse.
They're going in.
Oh, he's going to get it!
Get it! He gets himself the Hunt Quest, and that may actually trigger because Gorilla went down at the same time. Goon's getting forced away. Guardian Angel is already gone out. Is it going to be enough? He is turned around and just blown the hell up as he goes in there. Sand comes around the side, so deep. Zay tries to get away. GA comes back, and that is the ace for OMG. Nexus turrets will fall, and oh my god, are they looking good. Game 2 goes OMG's way. China is one step away from an all-China semi-final.
Not only did they start off that game really well, and not only did they execute very cleanly in the mid-game, but they also had the stylish finish to win the hunt at the very end. Leveling answering all of your questions, C-Man, about his Rengar.
Fantastic stuff, and well, they look good from start to finish this time around. No messing around. They led that game the entire way. What a performance, and really this team is looking resurgent. But let's not forget, Najin Whiteshield have been in this position. They've come back from 2-0. It is a massive ask, and they need to group themselves together and sort out their pick and ban phase because it has been found wanting here by OMG.
The picks they're using are so risky because once you fall behind, you can't do anything. Like in this game as well, they could never 5 versus 5 fight them. That's a lot of F's in there. And that simply means as soon as OMG gets the lead in the early game, gets the first dragon, they just dictate the entire game long. The Z pick has no impact at all. Nidalee was picked as a counter to Jace to try and like counter poke a little bit.
And heal it up.
And he just could never do it.
Yeah, you can't heal that up because Cool did such a good job bullying early. That lane won really hard for OMG, and that gave them so much control early. They were even able to win a dragon fight with the 2-tier champion.
Yep. We've seen it as well. I think it was the Samsung teams. I think it may have been Blue that started off with that poke comp that just did not work, and suddenly went, okay, let's revert. We need a full team fighting comp. That surely is what Najin White should have to do here. They have to be thinking, let's get in there. Let's get an Orianna or something on Goong. Let's get him away from that Zed.
Yeah, because the Zed, Zimli, I mean, OMG will never allow you to split push. Ever. Like in China, we rarely see split push because whenever some guy is splitting, well, the other 5 members are just forcing a fight somewhere, forcing a Baron, they will dive you. And then the Zed suddenly has to run from bottom lane, back up and help his team, and he will never have enough impact. So I almost feel like picking a team fighting comp might be the way to go. Orianna for Goong is a good option.
But speaking of the split push, we've never seen Najin White should actually get going on that. It's never worked out for them because they're getting drawn into these 5v5 fights, and that is exactly OMG. It is their territory. What a fantastic, though, game 2. For now, though, we're going to send things back over to Quickshot and crew at the analyst desk to talk about OMG's 2nd win in a row.
Thank you very much, guys. OMG have shown up in this series. Loveling playing Rengar took the head off of Watch playing Kha'Zix. He finished the quest. He has shown to be the better jungler in this series, and the rest of OMG has shown up. With the exception of side lane management, OMG is beating Shield player for player strategically as well.
I was so wrong so far in picking Shield. I mean, OMG turned up. If you look at going, that guy's a rock. His pacing and his spacing is so good. He will always flank, lead his team, and somehow find a way to get onto Zephyr. And then Leveling as well. He kicked more people game 1 in like one game than I think I've seen Lee Sin do in an entire LCS weekend. They're playing so well.
And you know, the thing about Zave is everyone kind of says Najin Shield, you know, Zave's probably their best player. He carries every game from top lane. I'm going to go on a little aside here to talk about top lane disease, which is a CLG term. It's when the top laners always want to play whatever they want to play just to counterpick lane, and they just don't perform with that like sweet niche pick in competitive play. It happens with like every top laner for a lot of teams, and especially with Najin White Shield. First game, Cassidy against Aurelia, got dumpstered. This game, Nidalee versus Ryze, got dumpstered. Gogoing's been outperforming him 2 games in a row. I really expected top lane to be a lot closer than this, but the top lane disease, it strikes again.
Yeah, let's also call, you know, we have to call out the elephant in the room. OMG took a long time to finish that matchup. Loveling unable to find the picks later, but they had absolute control, and it felt like it was a matter of time.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the picks and bans just a little bit because we identified this as a weak point for Najin Shield, and it's definitely coming into play right here. I mean, it's baffling why they keep prioritizing this Zed pick it doesn't really seem to have high priority, so why go ahead and take it first? Especially when Janna is one of Gorilla's best champions. Gorilla is the guy who brought Janna into this Worlds meta. It was Shield's performance in regionals that really sparked all of this Janna play around the world. And if you're going to take that Zed, you better eliminate disengage from the other team. You can pull it further down the draft. Also, this Nidalee pick, I really am not a big fan of it. We saw Acorn play it on Samsung Blue, the AP Nidalee that is, and we've seen Safe play it now. It just never seems to have that big impact.
Yeah, OMG is definitely drafting well because somehow they've been forcing Gorilla on two champions that he's just not known for. He's not a Braum player and he's not a Morgana player. He's an insane Thresh, he's an insane Janna, and he's an insane Nami, yet he ended up on neither of them so far.
Well, Crepo, let's pull up the first replay. We do have two of them lined up for you. The first one is something that D-Man mentioned very early on. Naj and White Shield are being pulled or suckered into these super early team fights 2 games in a row that OMG are just coming out with the victor. So talk me through this 8-minute Dragon fight, Crepo.
So yeah, before we roll the clip, just look at the position. Yes, Sound's not there, but look where Gogoin is. He's always in position to flank the AD carry. And I don't understand why you would do this Dragon if you have the risk of getting collapsed on, unless you have 5 people in the area immediately and you can just jump on that one target that comes close. If we roll the clip, we see exactly why Cloud is good. He just leads this team, good tornado, messes with them. Gorilla just gets bursted. The exhaust comes out. First exhaust already right there on Watch. Watch can't do anything. Gogoin comes into the fight, second exhaust goes around on save. They jump away from Goong, and all he can kill is his support. Cool doesn't die because his spacing is good as well. And just clean, crisp play from OMG.
Yeah, not only that, but you have to remember what the win conditions of your comp are. When you have this Corki and this AP Nidalee, you need to poke so that you get somebody low enough so that Zed can go in and complete that assassination. Without Nidalee there, they didn't have the tools to get that or even fight that drag at all.
Let's pull a second replay up. It has come a little later in the game, around 23 minutes. This was sort of the icing on the cake for OMG. Securing control, right,
and it starts out actually very good for Naj and White Shield, but then they make a critical error. So let's go ahead and roll this right here. So when we see this kind of all-in attempt, yeah, it definitely is sloppy. Watch gets out. Now Goong's going to ult cool. So why this is good, he gets exhausted, but the Death Mark's going to kill him. Now, that's great. You get the shutdown gold, and they needed to kill Jace so that they could finally siege this middle turret. There was an extended middle turret siege earlier. But what Safe does is he walks up on the side and gets boloed.
And this is why Gogoing is so good. You see his spacing on Ryze is absolutely insane. Between every single spell cast that he does here, he's moving forward because he knows he has HP advantage on everyone, and he can essentially 1v3. He gets the W onto Zephyr, and Zephyr has no option. You ask yourself, why did he vault sideways? It's because he was dead.
Right, but had the positioning been better, they would have gotten that very important shutdown gold, and if they had moved up into the left side there, and instead of Save trying to create a zone, take the tower, move up on the map, and then you get out of that situation very, very easily without giving anything up at all. Watch also decided to go in after they engaged with the Bola onto Save. Mistakes in positioning from Naj and White Shield, and Ryze capitalized on them beautifully.
I want to highlight the Ryze in particular because coming into it, we did talk about Ryze as a champion that was going to feature. We put it in our MVP bundle for the quarterfinals. It's been banned 25 times at Worlds, and Gogoing's managed to get his hands on it again. 12-1-26.
I didn't think we'd see that Ryze at all in this series. I mean, in the LPL, Ryze is consistently banned against Gogoing for this very reason. And if we talk about the team comp with Jason Ryze, now we've seen the Samsung teams run this as well. There's a massive power spike at 23 minutes usually when you get the tiers both fully stacked. They should not have a lead with this composition before 23 minutes, but by that time, OMG was already crushing it.
So Double Lift, I'm going to throw to you for final thoughts before we move on. The False Prophet predicted Shield to win this one. Crepo did, Monte Cristo did, the viewers did. Yourself and Freak are the only two that sort of believed in Cloud. Is this what you were expecting, or is OMG even overperforming?
I didn't necessarily believe in Cloud as an individual performer, but I did think that that kind of change might spark some sort of... Because I saw the potential inside OMG. God, I overused the word potential. Because really, the person who's underperforming in my mind in this whole series so far for OMG is Cool. He's taking a lot of poke and a lot of damage. He's one of the reasons why they can't close out the game so quickly. But I did believe in Gogoing, Loveling, and Stan, and they have definitely played well.
Yeah, they really have. Talking about some of the players, earlier today we asked you on Twitter which player and what champion has impressed you the most during the 2014 League of Legends World Championship and why. And here's just a few of your answers. From @Cortizel, the champion that impressed me the most was Lupus Singed. He proved Singe is still viable with the right team comp.
Yeah, I loved it. He went into a level 2 proxy that actually allowed that insane 3 buff to go through. because he ran into the enemy blue buff, got that, then they forced, I think amazing it was, back into his enemy blue buff, got caught there, Lupo TP down, and he just won the game with that play. And yeah, how do you play against Singe? Where do you practice it?
Yeah, you can't. Next up, at GGC Star Jun DQ, Dade's Twisted Fate was such a pleasure to watch. TF highlights show how high Dade's game awareness is.
So true. I mean, he's always been just a massive force in Korea on that Twisted Fate. I have seen him single-handedly win games by winning all 3 lanes with 3 ults in a row. So it's always impressive to watch it. I love seeing his TF.
Well, hopefully we can see more of it. Next up comes from us at Reva Flair. He says, Insect's Rengar has stood out the most. Effective ults and love the full damage builds. Warranted bans in every game versus EDG. Double lift.
Yeah, Insect's Rengar was banned every single game of the quarterfinals by EDG, and it's just ridiculous because you think Insect, you think he kind of created that whole Lee Sin play, but really, he's an incredible Rengar too. It's so feared that it's banned by his peers.
Well, we are about to step away, but before we do, we want to keep hearing from you throughout the World Championship. So keep tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Be sure to use that hashtag Worlds. We are going to head back to base for just a few moments, and when we come back, can OMG make it 3 games in a row and set up a rematch of last year's quarterfinal versus Royal Club, or will Najin White Shield stop them? Find out when we come back.
It's a 5-man pile-up from that White Shield, but they are 1 man down. Going on to watch once again. Cool comes around the side. Collie comes in. Lovely gets it down. Zephyr just completely caught out. Gorilla, that unbreakable's not going to stop 5 members of OMG. Gets away from this one. Lovely taken low. Watches going too deep though. Sad picks himself at 1. Goes in. Zephyr caught out. That's going to be another. Coming around the side. Gorilla tries to come in. Watches there. Can he get the spy? Oh! He gets it. Goom's getting forced away. Guardian Angel is already gone out. Is it going to be enough? He is turned around and just blown the hell up as he goes in there.
사실 얼라이언스 상대로 퍼펙트 게임을 당했을 때 좀 저희 팀 전체적으로 충격이 좀 컸어요. 그래서 좀 얘기를 더 많이 했던 것 같아요. 그 연습보다는 일단 얘기를 하고 어떻게 풀어가야 할지를 좀 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같아요. 약간 이겨야 된다는 부담감이 더 클 것 같아요.
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship as I'm joined here by Zero from Starhorn Royal Club after that impressive victory yesterday. First up, Zero, yesterday after losing 2 games in a row, knowing that Uzi is down and you can't communicate with him that well, how did you overcome that moment?
어제 경기 때 2연패한 후에 우지 선수가 이제 많이 멘탈적으로 힘들어한 게 보였었는데 이제 언어가 틀린 상황에서 어떻게 그 상황을 극복하셨나요?
일단 그때 우지 선수만이 아니라 팀 전체가 멘탈이 나갔는데 우지 선수하고 팀원 전체가 서로 믿고 있기 때문에 그렇게 다시 5경기 때 좋은 모습을 보여준 것 같아요.
Like even though we don't speak the same language, like we just have this trust and we have this great team chemistry. So I think as a team we overcome that hard time.
Definitely. What a victory. What did it mean for you to be able to put on that performance in front of what is your home crowd here in Korea?
이렇게 홈 관중과 한국 관중 앞에서 좋은 경기력을 보여주는 그 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 제가 한국에서는 되게 안 좋은 경기력만 보였는데 중국 가서 되게 놀라운 실력을 가지고 이렇게 롤드컵이라는 무대에서 제 실력을 재평가받을 수 있는 기회를 갖게 돼서 되게 기뻐요.
So when I was playing Korea before, I wasn't that good. But after I went to China, I think I improved a lot. And I'm really glad that I'm able to show that performance in front of the home crowd.
Well, you'll be able to show more in the semi-final. After what you've seen here from OMG, how much more dangerous do you think they are with Cloud in their lineup?
지금 OMG 팀의 경기력을 봤을 때 클라우드 선수가 합류한 뒤로 많이 달라진 것 같은데요. 어떻게 클라우드 선수 합류한 뒤로 더 위협적인 팀이 된 것 같나요?
일단은 클라우드가 합류한 것도 되게 도움이 된다고 생각하는데 제가 볼 때는 꼬고잉 선수가 워낙 잘하고 더 좋은 실력을 보여주고 있기 때문에 OMG가 이렇게 유리하게 이길 수 있는 것 같아요.
I agree that OMG improved a lot after Cloud joined the team, but I think Gogoing is actually the actual key player, and because of his really good performance, I think OMG is playing really well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Zero, giving the props there to Gogoing. And as for us, we're going to dive straight into Game 3 with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shock. So far, we have seen OMG absolutely come out and stun Najim Whiteshield in 2 straight games. They've swept the series with a win here. It would put them in the semi-finals against Starhorn Royal Club, and of course, that would be another epic all-China clash. Yeah. They faced them twice in the playoffs this summer already and came out 3-2 in both occasions. What a semi-final that would be. We've already got a fantastic semi-final set up, but
this is a best of 5.
This is a best of 5.
We could have 3
and
more.
Najim Whiteshield have come back from 2-0 deficits before.
And they're going to change up their pick and ban phase for sure. I mean, you're not going to go in first pick to Z again.
Well, you never know.
Unless maybe they ban something like the Janna pick here. I don't know what the plan will be, but I'm expecting them to change it up.
Yeah, I think they should change it up again too. But the problem is, the first time they changed it up, it was a really knee-jerk reaction change that they made. They're like, oh, we just got beat by Aurelia and Lee Sin. Let's ban out Aurelia and Lee Sin.
Yeah, and give Rice.
And we're not even going to first pick either one of those. We take that instead.
It's reacting in a best of 5.
But just so you ban Aurelia and you give him Rice, which you would have picked anyway.
You have to get to the root cause. They're just like one step down. They're like, okay, that problem is solved.
Right. I mean, we're going to have to see what they were banning here. They are on blue side, so we'll have first pick.
I think one thing we're seeing here is actually OMG have a much better advantage than Najim Whiteshield in pick and bans because they have a bigger champion pool overall.
Looks like it so far, at least. I mean, especially cool in the mid lane with the Jace pick we saw before. Massive champion pool going in the top lane as well. Aurelia again, straight at him.
Now this time, Shield, if they do it again and Rise is still up,
they're gonna
you definitely expect the first pick for them.
They will.
So it has to be banned out by OMG.
Props to San. San was considered the weakest member of this team coming into Worlds. He's drawn a Lucian ban. This is not the first time we've seen it in quarterfinals. We can forget Dada. Dada's not on the team anymore. Well, he is. He's still a sub. But complete reactionary bans from Najim Whiteshield this time.
Completely. And now, OMG, Lee Sin is open.
They're going to ban Rise, surely.
Good.
Oh.
Okay, nice. So they actually leave the Sin open.
And
They're
they
going to
give
get
the Rise.
second Rise
here.
Okay.
So we have the same deal again where this Aurelia ban technically doesn't matter because the Ryze pickup coming in for OMG. But what they did with the very last ban here was what White Shield didn't want to do in the last game. Leave both Ryze and Lee Sin open. They get one and you get one for yourself.
And it's like, you ban my Lucian, I'll steal your Corki. See what Zephyr comes up with. Will it be the Twitch now?
It kind of gives them all of the control of the mid game here because it's any other AD carrier will be so hard pressed to match up against Corki for that mid game.
Would have to be Twitch. Get the blade and then start looking around for the picks here if they want to have some mid game power themselves on the side of White Shield. So I really like the Corki pickup. I like the Lucians from OMG saying we want to make sure we can control early mid game. We don't want to let White Shield just slowly get into late game with some late game scaling comp here, and that's why they've been focusing so much on mid game AD carries.
To be fair to White Shield here, having Lee Sin on watch is really big for them.
Of course.
His performance, when he was performing really well in the gauntlet, he was on Lee Sin. He had a lot of good games with Lee Sin, and if you focus the Ryze early and they can keep that Ryze down, then it might not turn out so bad for them. Going not on a carry champion this time around though, going with the tank, so it's going to be about that team fight, and they have matched the Trinity Force build path at least.
That's true. So they get the Trinity Force, which will be very good for this mid game, but Maokai for save is not a pick I expected to see him play. It's been banned in every single game by White Shield before this pick here. They left it open. OMG wanted the Ryze pick instead. I wonder how Save is going to perform on a tank now.
Well, the thing is, they were team fighting so much last game without a team fight team. Now,
that's definitely the change.
Now they've got a team fight team. So even though he hasn't used it before, you can see the direction that they're going with. And this is a very clear game plan this time around. They've got the Maokai, Peel for the Kog'Maw. Great team fighting here.
Okay, Janeth pick this time around will keep, again, like you said, that mid-game spike is going to be huge for OMG, and it's what worked out in Singapore for every team, honestly, involved in that one. The fact that they can keep on pushing, keep on poking, it does leave, of course, Cool the chance to counter whatever mid laner Gung wants to pick up here. Gorilla, we saw him playing Nami in the group stages to absolute great success. Fantastic pick for him.
He can take Orianna here for Gung, because he's on blue side. We've seen it before. It's a safe laner. Cool has the option to counter pick him, and Orianna would fit well into this really team fight focused comp.
Yeah, Orianna not really easy to counter pick. There's not hard counters to her in lane, so safe. So it's fine for him to blind pick that.
Is he going to go Ahri? Is he going to try and pick something to...
They have Janna and they have Corki, so they have decent poke, and they could go Jace again. Pick though.
Jace is banned away though, so they have to look for something else. And it's not like we see him playing Zeref. Normally there's not champion we've seen Cool play, so Ahri will probably be the expected one, so you have even more mid-game power with the Corki pick. You have the Kha'Zix as well. For the pick potential between the two, the single target damage, and you have the Rune Prism
Zed
from
in
Ryze.
the full team fight.
Yeah, I would prefer Ahri.
Yeah, this goes back to pick and bans last game, except the places are swapped here.
Yeah, we see OMG when Zed is open, they don't early pick it. Like, it's not like a top priority pick for them. They wait for the very last pick with the Zed, which was why it was so strange in the last two games that White Shield early picked Zed.
Okay, they're going to rely on splitting up these team fights then. The double assassin here, going to be pretty big for OMG. Can they work around this very solid team fight of Shield?
Yeah, so I feel like the reason they don't go Ahri here is because they would get outscaled going into like the big late game team fights, and that would be a bit scary for them. And instead saying we take Zed. Now we actually want to try and split it up a little bit and start split pushing around, but OMG is not a team who normally favors split pushing at all. They always look to team fight. I wonder how Cool is going to play this Zed.
Yeah, if there was one of the teams out of the LPL to be the split pushing teams, I'd probably give that hat to OMG.
Well, Royal Club, I would say, would be probably the main split pushing team. And then OMG, again, what they do going especially is always he's going to push out the wave, and then he's going to like TP down or run down and like flank around and join the fight and help everyone else. Like the kill participation for OMG, every single member is above 70%, I believe it was, because they do things as a unit, as a team.
That's true.
Now they have to split it up and start going 1-3-1.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. We did question, of course, coming into this match, whether they were going to change things up, go towards that Orianna in the mid lane, get that big clump, that defense, and get Zephyr going, because he's not been involved, really, in these last few matches. So, you guys at home, which team do you think has the edge for this match? With these lineups, of course, locked in. Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag NWSWin or hashtag OMGWin, and we'll highlight your votes in the game. Remember, OMG, they are 2-0 up right now. Can they be the only team to make a clean sweep here? And it would be a shocker, that's for sure, because a lot of people, myself included, had Najim Whiteshield down to take a fairly simple victory here, but OMG, they really have turned up to play in this quarterfinals. Can they make it to Seoul? Can they reach the semi-finals for that epic clash once again with Starhorn Royal Club? We will find out. Level 1 plays have been fairly testy between the teams in the last 2 matches. Nobody gaining too many big advantage other than OMG, of course, in that opening start. But with Gorilla on Nami, it's a risk. You can't blindly face check into those bushes.
And Goong has decided to go with the barrier on Orianna instead of the exhaust. Now, exhaust better in those team fights, but he will have a lot of shields to make sure that he doesn't get 100%ed or dove if Lovelink plus Cool decide to pressure him early.
And we had the analyst that's talking about how Gorilla wasn't on one of his main champions. Now he got a Nami, most played champion in summer, and we've seen it already here at Worlds.
Oh yeah, he's
insane.
Yeah, really good Nami games.
Lane switches coming in. You can see it's Corki heading top. San, along with Cloud, are making the move. How they're going to react to it. It's going to be a 5-man invade, actually. OMG, all going in. Right. You do see Watch was up here around the mid lane, so he was ready to react to this one. He is going to get spotted. He's going to pass straight by a ward that OMG have. So we'll see whether this is an even trade or whether OMG just want to ward it out.
So they are going to go for the lane swap, it looks like here. It looks like they're going to group the wave as well to try and get it pushing against them.
Well, they're pinging it. Watch wants
San
to go for
is
it.
in position.
I mean, so they already warded the buffs here.
Yep.
Which means they're basically just going to trade buffs because there's the ward to spot if White Shield was starting a 3 buff on their own blue side here. So therefore the warded it can now take red buff and go in there.
Both duo laners holding the lane there as well. You just saw, of course, Gorilla holding it up. San did the exact same. OMG are going to go for that invade. But just like last game, Save is sticking around in this top lane. He's got those saplings. He can sneak in a couple of last hits if he lands them right. And it will be tricky to keep him away from that experience, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get dove early on.
Yeah, he's got to have that timer in his head. He had it last time. Back out before they get pushed in.
Yeah, they might
circling around him.
here.
They're making sure
they're going up the rain.
Making sure he doesn't get away this time.
Oh.
They have him trapped.
Uh-oh, Save in trouble. Teleport, going away, he's going to the tower. Is he going to get interrupted? It is! That's going to cancel it! He's got much available, but this is brilliantly controlled, and that was gifted across the go-going.
And this right here is why you normally don't stand under your tower in these lane swaps when you know the enemy team has 4 members on the top side of the map, because it is so easy for them to just walk up and dive you. We saw Gorilla recall from the bottom lane to try and come up and help him, but that was just way too late. He should never stand there. That's why people are running with the junglers in the start, farming before they start going out into these lanes.
Man, Cloud really earning his spot here too. Really good sub in right there. Able to stop the stop the teleport as well as tank the turret. Cleanly executed dive that does earn going his tier. Now he'll be stacking up pretty happily down there versus Zephyr.
Yeah, inside 4 minutes to get the tier. Very happy with that. Absolutely worked out. Easy, son. Goes into the last shadow. Not sure if he wanted to do that or not. Goong, sorry, making him pay. Cloud warding out the red buff back off, giving vision, spotting out where the Watch comes looking for any of these ganks in his mid lane, and actually a bit of an invade from OMG here. They're going to try and catch Watch out. Or are they going straight back? Yeah, they're going to try and catch him out.
At least get some deep wards first so you can start spotting the junglers. They have to go down bottom lane and push out the wave here because going is very far up the lane. There's 2 members. So
Room Prison down. That's
get
going
it
to
into
catch
the
him.
tower there.
Void Spot, so that will bounce it. That's all they needed.
Yeah. Basically, they want to have to wave into the tower to reset it so Zephyr couldn't freeze it. And they might look for more fights.
Oh, Aqua Prison catches on going. Have they got the damage? He flashes away. The exhaust will be enough. Zephyr will get himself. No! He runs to Gorilla. That's not key to kill though, nonetheless.
It is a kill, and going at such a great start down this bottom lane, getting a lot of farms.
Sand now getting caught out. Save pushing in towards him with a Twisted Advance and Sapling Toss. That will take him lower than he expected, and he's forced away as well.
So basically have these like one-on-ones now in this side lane. Top lane is getting some farms. Going though, didn't flash the bubble, and therefore Gorilla could set up nicely.
Top lane is shoved up pretty far though. Save still has his flash, but the jungle and support roam here already headed up there. He's got to have a feeling about this because they haven't seen jungle or support in quite a long time. Save's instincts do tell him to back off to safety.
The ward gives him the vision.
Now he has the vision.
I think he's just sapling tossed into the bush before he backs away. Still hasn't backed though. Maybe expecting, is he going to get support come in time? I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to dive in that quick. Yeah, he's going to back away.
He's enjoying his time down this bottom lane.
Oh, cool caught out. Aqua Prison on him. Watch is going to come through. It's only the jungler and support though that are laying down the damage because Gung had gone back to 5, but got to be happy with that. That will force him back early. Gorilla being very aggressive this time around.
But setting up some good bubbles, applying a lot of pressure onto OMG here, and actually even it out in goal almost. Tell a lie, still 5 on the goal, but at least got a kill down this bottom lane onto going. And so far in this lane swap, there's been the dive in top lane. Save, you might be in trouble again.
Lovely saw Save go past there. That ward in the lane. This is going to be another dive. He's got flash available still. I'm not sure if this is going to work out quite as successfully for OMG. Well, it was early, but they didn't follow through on it. They're just instead going to churn down that turret, and the minion wave is going to get cleared out. Save will have the support of Watch by the next time this wave pushes in.
Meanwhile, Gorilla again, down this bottom lane. Zephyr can handle himself in this one-on-one. They don't get to deny any farm from going, but it means Gorilla can roam around the map and join in for these fights here. Safe.
Ooh, tower push catching on him. Look, in trouble. Kick comes through. Watch, not quite close enough. Didn't go for the flash. Hasn't got level 6, so he couldn't do the kick. But as you mentioned, Zephyr is quite confident on the bottom lane. Going struggling.
Well, he's a Rise, though, getting a lot of farm early on here, so he's actually pretty happy so far because he's getting the solo lane experience, even though it is a lane swap.
And he's getting chunked down, he's out of regeneration, but his teleport's coming back up. So even though Zephyr has this lane constantly shoved and he's doing a good job harassing under turret, going has the tier, at least he's stacking up his mana, he's getting those last hits.
Yeah, the fact Zephyr keeps pushing in the lane is even better for going. Yes, your tower will take a lot of damage, but you will be there. He can never zone you away from the minions. And you get all the experience, you get all the farm you need. Go back now, you have teleport ready. Just rejoin, get a cannon minion.
Well, that was a red buff steal by Watch. Came around, got in there. Teleport being used by going to get back down the bottom lane, clear that out. As you mentioned, still stacking out. But we're seeing considerably more aggression from Najim White. So Gorilla especially looking a lot more confident on his Nami.
Now White also have teleport advantage now, and with the dual lane showing top this early on, they're already calling Save down to the dragon area. Look to the mid lane area, maybe they go for something here. Deep ward again placed in the red side jungle here of OMG to protect Save further.
Looks like it's going to be Sam going back for his first buy. Expect the Phage to be coming out there. Max off. Phage, oh, we went for the Sheen actually. Phage was picked up by Zephyr on his first pack, and of course now we're at this tricky time with the lane swap. You've got to be careful you don't give up too much dragon control, which you see Watch warding out. Maybe considering this one. They forced Cool back quite a few times in that mid lane. He's losing out in the trade to Gung at the moment on Orianna.
Yeah, it's very hard for Zed against Orianna once she gets a blue buff and she picks up her arm guard here, the first arm item, and she has a barrier to actually kill her, which means she will always just outpoke you, keep the CS lead, keep pushing it in, and that's what Gung has been doing on this Orianna here. But going still sitting down this bottom lane. He doesn't really want to go top because he doesn't have teleport ready, and Zephyr keeps pushing in the minions to him.
And he's also has this pink ward here that's been protecting him from that dive. And since they haven't even made a move to try and go for that dive, it's going to stay there as long as he needs. Does give him plenty of warning.
Gorilla is everywhere on the map right now. He's been roaming so much. Cool having to protect that pink ward, but he can't. And that will be taken as he watched the support coming in. Imagine White Shield, they're grouping, they're going Dragon.
So the duo again showing top. Now Shield finally go for that answer. Took them a while, but they did get it done. And Gorilla, as you mentioned, he went with that early mobility boots build as opposed to the early sight zone build here for Cloud. So Gorilla is able to roam quicker, but Cloud is going to be able to keep up his vision more efficiently.
Yeah, we actually see early mobility boots for Gorilla pretty much every single game he plays because he wants to be able to roam around, be part of the applying pressure on the map.
Yeah, a lot of their early success in the group stages were from the bottom lane winning here for Shield and Gorilla roaming very quickly to create plays elsewhere. Mid lane, though, does have Loveling as well as Cool collapsing.
Oh, they're going for it. Stealth comes out of Loveling. Voice Point leveled up. Will catch on. There goes Cool. Have they got the damage? The Shockwave pulls them both back, but it will be the kill for Cool. And that may well put some pressure on the mid lane turret.
It's definitely going to put some pressure, and they might even be able to clear out some of these pink wards that are hindering Cool's roam. Did get OMG confused earlier, not the split push team, but being able to roam is really big for Cool. Being able to roam from the mid lane with that Zed is going to be big for them towards the mid game.
Yeah, there's a lot of defensive ping still to clear for them. White Shield is invested into a lot of them early on, and because Gorilla was roaming around, they've been able to defend them pretty much since the start and just kept them up. But a kill for Cool that is very important on the Zed, because we have seen 2 games in a row now. Goong never got going on Zed, never had an impact in the game. Cool really needs to show how he plays Zed.
And remember, this is Cool who he got last year. Fizz banned against him all the time. These roaming assassins are definitely something that he knows how to play and can thrive on.
Oh, Gorilla not going to catch, and that was a pretty good trade for OMG. Zephyr gave as good as he got, though, trying to turn it back around. Them ultimates are catching on San. As it stands, very even across the lanes. It's going with a big advantage that's built up because Save, of course, had to go down and get that Dragon, which meant he lost out on a lot of that experience that he will regain, though. Going has shoved that wave all the way up, so that will all be recouped as they try and pressure San. Zephyr really is working well in this trade right now.
Yeah, this is a very good lane for White Shield because they have the sustain advantage from Nami, and also they have better poke, so if there's long poke fights, they will win out. OMG only has like the quick burst from Corki with the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goom. Remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is. Absolutely. Goom has to do one more shot. He will go down. Watch managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the Save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was going to live, but Watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet. Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side. He's going down. And OMG once again begin to turn the screws in the early game.
Another great teleport from Going. Another kill is going to give them control of mid lane. They can shove in on this. 3 kills this early on Rise.
Again.
Stop giving him this champion, guys.
If you do want to give him the Rise and you have the lane swap, why don't you just put your focus on denying him the farm in bottom lane?
They didn't even attempt that dive.
Exactly.
His pink ward lasted so long.
So last time around, he got the Rod of Ages fairly early on. He didn't go for the tier early, but he's had the tier since pre-minute 4. That's stacking out well. Rod of Ages almost completed. He's going to become a monster so quickly. 20-minute mark, he's going to be very hard to stop.
And White Shield had every chance to try and shut him down in the lane swap, but Save was standing at his tower in top lane, dying, and had no reason to be there at all.
OMG have pulled the split push call, though. They've got Cool down bottom. He's already got his Cutlass plus the Brutalizer, and he does have pressure on the turret. Not very good ward coverage, though, to keep that up. So this minion wave will probably get cleaned up.
It's going to have some deep wards in if you want to start pushing up on these towers. And White Shield, I mean, every time they see Cool in the bottom side of the map or the top side, they can group up at least with 4 members in this mid lane and just keep Save in the side lane to try and prevent the push. And when he has teleport ready, he can always join in for the fights, and if he starts sieging down towers, Orianna is such a good pick for it.
The thing is, with OMG, with having so much aggression, going, drawing so much attention, Cool drawing so much attention, the weakness was always San in the early game. Once he made the late game, once he got to the team fight, his position was never in doubt. And again, he's getting all the free time in the world, sitting in mid lane. Everybody's going down to cool. Everybody's looking at going. They're making the plays, and he's just sitting there, pumping out the shots. He's going to build up the rockets. The Triforce is well on its way of being complete. And again, the mid-game spike that we've been talking about in the pick and ban phase is going to be huge for OMG again.
Zephyr's not exactly a huge lane bully either. So both of them, they're like, oh, okay, we'll both get sort of to our mid-game, both get our Trinity Forces, and pull the team fights. We really have to watch Save in the team fights on this Maokai, though. As we said, hasn't picked it. They ban it out all the time. However, my confidence in his team fighting ability is definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We just have to see how he performs as a tank and not a carry type in this game here. And San is going to love this game because his job is basically to sit in mid lane and wait player forever while his side lanes will go going. And Cool does all the work.
Remember back to the days, though, of Save with Shyvana split pushing, getting super, super beefy. Right now, he's definitely at a CS deficit, though. Could get to that point with Maokai.
London not quite so sneaky, stood on a ward in that bush. They haven't swept it out just yet. Cool has backed off, got himself pleasure room to be completed along with that brutalizer. Dragon up in a second, and this is some big key items. But the Triforce not completed by San, where Zephyr has got it. So it's a back and forth trade. Rod of Ages also completed by Going, not completed by Save.
It is a big deal with the lack of Trinity Force here for San. If we do get a fight, for now they're just fighting over the river, trying to get the wards down. Pretty much everything has actually been cleared out so far, and White Shield taking control.
Now, this is a tricky situation. Cloud split away from his team. The rest are coming around the side, but a Flash Monsoon is not something you can sniff at. Loveling caught out, leaps away. Oh, the kick from one, just at the right time. That leap does manage to give him safety. Those Howling Gales, they're creating havoc for Najin Whiteshield, but they've started the Dragon.
Yeah, and you don't want your Janna to be at the other side. You need him to be with your team.
He's trying to get through the river here. What? Yeah, you really can't do that.
I don't think they should be fighting either. They need to back away from this one safe. Trying to get the Twisted Advance down. They will take the Dragon, and that keeps Najin Whiteshield close in goal.
So OMG realized, first of all, our support is on the wrong side here, so he won't be able to help us. We don't have our Trinity Force completed on our AD carry yet, and the Z pick for a potential team fight would make it a bit risky, so decided to not go for it, which is a smart move and very different compared to what I've seen in LPL from time to time, where it's, oh, is the Dragon up? Let's go fight. Here they actually say, we're in a bad position, let's just back away.
Saves walking straight into a trap here. Cool's ready to pounce as he's going. Can they lock on towards him? Zephyr is with them up the side there, but it's a trap that Najin Whiteshield were ready for. In goes Cool. He gets caught out. Going gets himself a kill. It could be a hit-run maneuver, and Najin Whiteshield are found lacking. They couldn't chase quick enough, and OMG get away with a kill, but it's going to be the tower for Najin Whiteshield.
A little bit quicker collapse there from Going and Cool. They were able to get the assassination off. See how this Jen and Corki combo can do defending this turret. They've got plenty of poke here, and Jen can shield.
Phosphorus bomb goes down. San has backup. In comes Loveling, and the tower is held off. San takes a big bit of damage there. Gotta be careful. Goon
teleport is available if they go for this dive. There is a teleport for Going. However, right now he's farming up bottom. They would not want to have to blow that teleport. Save could as well answer.
Should be tower for White Shield by forcing San and Cloud back here. So even though they lost the trade before, I actually believe Cool managed to dodge the shockwave with his own ulti, like he was in their ulti animation.
But as you said a moment ago, Dragon, this is not something we're used to seeing. This is some clear, concise thinking by OMG, and maybe thinking to themselves, okay, we don't have to fight here, guys. We can step away and fight again another day. And it is...
That was just a good call.
Really working out well. OMG certainly stepping up and maybe learning a couple of tricks. Remember, of course, they've been scrimming with just about every team available here at Worlds. We obviously heard from Cloud9 their video talking about how they got to the quarterfinals. They were scrimming OMG at the time when Alliance were going down to Kaboom. So they've managed to scrim the North American teams, the Korean teams, and of course, don't forget, they were with the Chinese teams the whole time.
Well, let's see if they are able to follow through with this Zed split. He's already got Blade and Brutalizer. Working towards his Ghost Blade here. They had a little bit of deep vision there, but it was quickly cleared out by Shield. So once again, Cool does try to head bottom. See if they can get this 1-3-1 going.
The timing
Yeah, the timing's wrong, and they're going to push up, and they're going to be on the inner turret before OMG can react to this one. But with Sand, now got that Trinity Force and Boots, he should be able to wipe the waves out quicker.
So the timing actually wasn't as bad as it looked just here from first glance, because there's only one wave pushing up the mid lane. They had cleared the other one. But the thing is, every time they want to do this split push here, going on the top lane, he has no flash. So if he gets caught out of position, he will go down, which can be risky. So they have to apply pressure on every single lane at the same time. And if San is not sitting in mid lane, clearing the wave instantly and actually moving down towards the tower, then he will never be able to get anything from it other than just constant wave clear, and waiting for White Shield them to make a move.
Lovely.
Yeah, he knows they're there. There's the Void Points catching him. The Howling Gale comes through, dodges out of the wave, but there wasn't quite the follow-on that OMG were looking for. Going was nearby, but he's backed off instead. He's going to start building up towards that Frozen Heart. Loveling once again caught by Watch. Gives him full vision, and they will step away. Big disparity, though, still between Save and Going. That may well be a serious problem as this game develops.
Cool going back up top to split push now with the Zed, trying to create pressure on the other side where there's this big wave. Bottom, it's also going to be pushing for OMG's favor down bottom.
This is my goal, as long as they can defend the mid lane now, because then White Shield is going to have to send up Save to try and stop Cool in his one-on-one, and Cool can kill him, which would mean suddenly they have to send someone else to defend, and OMG can then push down the mid lane. But they can also just say, you know what, we don't actually care about your split pushing right now, we're just going to wait with our top laner at the tower and use the remaining 4 members to apply pressure on your mid lane here. But so far, good wave there from OMG.
Remember, Shield are trying to farm their way up through the Zanya, up to the Mikhails.
He's only got a run of ages. He's only got a run of ages. I don't think it's defensively enough. He's going to follow through. One more hit should do it. The pop goes through. Ignite is running. There's the kill. Can he get away though? One tower hit too many. He's gone.
Second guess himself because of that sapling there, and it cost him his life.
Still though, this was under the tower here, and I'm not sure if Cool had a chance to actually jump back to his ulti. Might have been gone the shadow just as he was about to jump out, and therefore he ends up dying for it. But the damage he has on Save, I mean, one-on-one, it is heavily in favor of Cool.
Chain Vest picked up now, but
whoa! Link, kick onto Cloud, flashes away. The wave will catch him. Will they follow through? Yes, it is. One comes in. There's the shockwave pull. Zephyr's the one that gets on the kill, but Save. So going coming in on Watch so many times. Mixed up on the rises, but OMG, it's only a support down, but 20 seconds till Dragon will give them the vision.
Cool's on the way though.
Oh, Loveling, don't walk into that trap. He gets clever. The Void Spice didn't land though, so he's unaware at the moment.
Shield have controlled this
Here they go.
whole blue side.
Speed in there. Zephyr's going to be the focus, but Going quickly dodging out of that. And while this is all happening, don't forget that Cool is back. He's split pushing down the bottom, clearing the waves. Jim White Shield's chance to strike is gone.
It was a good setup though by Watch here, because Loveling was back in base and he saw the chance that to go in and get a kill onto Cloud and then followed up himself after the flash. But just couldn't really get any objectives from it. Dragon is live.
Dragon is up and Gorilla's ultimate is down, remember, because he used that wave a moment ago to catch out Cloud, which could be crucial, but OMG are not really making too many moves for it. Now they're heading in there. Gogoin's going to head off Save. They both have the teleport. It's going to be Save heading back to base.
Look at Cool here. Push up the bottom lane, placing a deep ward himself. Loveling just needs to not be caught out of position right here. Just buy time for Zed to put the pressure. Oh, teleport behind them.
Deep ward.
They didn't see it.
Let's see how Salve reacts to this one. He's going to find Cloud first. Sand manages to get away. Monsoon from Cloud puts Save into no man's land. Gogoin teleports in. They go and turn on towards Save. They're going to blow everything towards him. Cool's flanking around the backside. He's trying to look for a pick offer here. He's going to try and find one, but Najee White Shield, they group up. They have to stay strong. They have to stay as a bundle. But they're taking a hell of a lot of damage. They're getting spanked right now. Whoa! Oh, went way too deep in there. Cool's caught out. The exhaust used on him. Have they got enough? What a great knock up there. Cool tries to get away, but Gogoin gets pulled in by the shockwave. And Najee White Shield, they have to disengage now. But Sand, he wants to make the kill. Goog goes out and goes down. And OMG once again come out on top.
6 kills now on Gogoing, and they're going to get the Dragon. Plus they have control of mid. OMG getting 2 objectives after.
going for the dragon and the tower at the same time. Risky stuff. Watch
might
looking.
steal it.
He wants to try and steal, or he could just go straight for the kill for Cloud. Will back away. There's the mid turret. There's the dragon going down. They don't need no smite. They got go going. That's all they need. And he takes it down.
And that was actually, so White Shield wanted to set up the teleport behind OMG here. That was teleport home guard. We're just going to see it. There's no walls for OMG, so they have no idea what's actually happening.
All right, so first off, Cloud here gonna split them up. He gets save on the other side, so Maokai doesn't reduce damage for anybody else, and he's by himself, basically taking damage while the rest of the team's not dealing any. And then this three-man squad backs up. Here's the cool part, where OMG poke really, really hard. They corral Sword here, and they don't let them out. Loveling from the bottom, Cool from the top, and the giant big one from Sand coming in to hit. This part was just Loveling trying to force the fight. Allowing Cool to get in, exhaust timer, he waits out in the bush, then gets back into the fight when Going is there. The pillar of OMG's team fight here, Going, holding on to this one, and they continue this chase because they have the confidence. The Rune Prison coming back up.
And Going, you saw it there. He flashed in, ulted, and caught all 5 of them, that giant burst of damage that he has tucked up his sleeve. Let's not forget, that tier is almost fully stacked. But Najim Whiteshield reacting, trying to put some pressure back on towards that. They're not going without a fight, but again, they find themselves in this 4,000 gold deficit.
Cool splitting, and Shield haven't had an answer here. Cool's going to get a turret right here, pretty much uncontested.
He can keep going.
Save looks very lost. He just walked top lane, realized he had to be bottom lane to try and play it, and recalled and lost the tower.
Save has not improved his items since they had that last duel, and now, of course, Cool has picked up more. He's looking to flank around. They're trying to find a pick here.
Blade active there, Ghost Split active just to get in position.
He's going for Watch. He's going to find him. Can Watch get away? There's the kick going in. Is it enough damage? Yes, it is. He goes down. They find the pick. And again, they make it count. The minions come in. They can keep pushing this mid.
OMG out-splitting Shield, out-team fighting Shield, controlling them so well. And now they're going to siege them. They've got pressure on all 3 lanes. They're controlling side lanes better than Shield. They're pretty much doing everything better at this point.
It is all working in their favor. Cool coming round. He takes a tower hit. Didn't want that one, but Save pushes round. They just flank around and say thank you very much. We'll push in on the inner. Gorilla and Goom trying to do what they can, but OMG come in and strip the jungle of every little minion available and then move back in for the tower.
Might be going for Goom here. Gorilla as well, using Loveling and his spikes to try and stone them away. No, Bubble on to Going.
Bubble got out. Is it enough? Going goes down. Now they can turn it around. Sand's going to get focused on. Doesn't land the twisted advance. The tower didn't quite go down. It's on the last hit. This is a risky game that OMG are playing. Remember, Baron is still available and there's no vision.
Shutdown went to Zephyr there. That is crucial for Shield. Huge influx of money for Kog'Maw, their main carry, the center of their team fight for Shield. This is their hope.
San is sticking too close.
He's all alone.
Does not choose to go for it. As you mentioned, he was all alone. Could easily have twisted advance on towards him, but instead backs away. Cool is finding himself a target. He's going for Zephyr, but Save's coming.
Oh, he just got all that money. Everyone's collapsing for him, though.
Realize it.
Cool. He's committed at
He's
this point.
committed. He's going for it. Is he going to get it? That's the question. Is there enough? Oh, he's got the kill. He's getting out right now. Can he get out? They're going to chase on towards him. Gorilla comes around. Aqua Prison has to be sidestepped. Oh, he doesn't quite get out of it. He went just as it came through. But has it left them exposed to anything that OMG could try and get? They're going to push on Save. They're going in. Gorilla's going to get caught out. There's the Phosphorus Prompt. Dodgy's back around there. Watch comes around. This is the skirmish game that OMG loves so much. Sand's got to be careful. Is it a 4-on-1 now? They pulled him in. In comes Going though. Here goes Goom. Going gets himself in there. Goom's the focus. There's going to be Sand going down. Have they got enough damage? This is a tricky fight for OMG. But again, Going has so much damage. He just tanks them for days. Watch gets flanked out. One more shot. Loveling gets in. Gets the reset. Jumps back around. Save in trouble. He's going down. The Aqua Piston's not going to be enough to save.
Oh, he got the kill.
He's got Gorilla as well. And OMG clean up with a 4-for-1 fight.
They are going to be singing Going's praises for a long time here. Jenna Speed should be able to get them out.
Wow. I mean, again, 2 games in a row, you give him prize, and he is absolutely insane. I mean, this is the best top laner in China. Such a superstar. He's also the captain. He's making most of the calls for the team as well. He's been on the team for such a long time. I'm not even sure what to say. I mean, he's just...
He definitely deserves it. You can tell your story about his jawline and how impressive it is as well.
I'm jealous, man. I am jealous.
I don't know. You got a pretty good jawline going.
I'm nothing compared to going.
Let's see if he can pull more than the blue steel out, because this play, OMG, as we said at the start,
one-man shockwave,
this is their fight.
This is a 4-on-4 fight. Shield focused everything trying to take down the Corky carry, but they didn't have anything left for Rise.
And White Shield's comp here, they need Zephyr to be there to deal the damage, because when you use a one-man shockwave on Goong, you have a Maokai and a Lee Sin, that is 0 damage left. So once Rise joins, he's just gonna
Zephyr needs that QSS now, fast.
It's Shield who have abandoned their solo lane carry style, and OMG who have gone with the split push style here. Working out definitely in their favor. Zephyr now with the team though, and he does have at least his Blade and Trinity Force.
We even see Cole, he got Last Whisper now, which means if Save will ever want to stop him in split push again, it's going to get horrible. It's going to look terrible. It's going to look bad. I mean, Cool is going to destroy him.
Dragon is up. So Goong has to land the perfect shockwave, the one that counts the numero uno of all shockwaves to keep them in this matchup. 6,000 gold differential. Dragon fighting going down. What gets in? He gets himself another smite steal. It is the one saving grace that Natty Whiteshield have had throughout this series. Watch has been on point with those smites.
And that could be their road back to this. Remember, Shield do have a very good late game here.
They do, as long as they can get team fights in the late game, they are looking very, very strong. I'm looking towards the Baron because down his bottom lane, Cool is splitting, Save has teleport ready, going down to try and defend the tower.
Save's built up some armor, but he's definitely going to have to stay under the turret.
Yeah, Last Whisper's been picked up by Cool since the last time they dueled.
Level 17 Cool right now.
Something we know of Cool is he's not going to back down from a fight. Instead, they're going to flank around and try and shove in the waves. Look at this, they're collapsing, they're trying to move up, they're going to find
Cool. Look at Zephyr.
Just around the corner.
They all took the same route through the jungle this time. Not a lot of vision left around Baron, though.
We're going to need some D-wards here from OMG if they want to find these single targets when White Shield is trying to disengage. And with all this armor built up for Save, while he won't kill Cool, under the tower at least, it becomes very hard for Cool actually to jump in. At least a bit risky. We have to see if he wants to try it later on. He's going towards the Guardian Angel himself now.
Problem is, it seems for Najim Whiteshield is why they are fairly defensive in a protect the Zephyr style. When there's so many flanks from different angles that OMG are throwing them, Going's absolutely teleporting in from some angle, Cool's going to be flying in another angle, and Sand's not afraid to get involved now that he's got the damage items in that Infinity Edge and Trinity Force stacked in there. Looks like a potential Last Whisper's going to follow through. They really have to keep hold of him because Zephyr, they need him to be big in this game because he's not shown up in the last two.
He's the main damage dealer for White Shield. When you have the Marker, when you have Lee Sin, you have only 2 damage dealers, your mid lane and your AD carry. If you miss one of them, suddenly you have no damage.
Sneaky.
So they're sneaky.
They got the watch too.
The ninja's the one to walk straight through the vision here.
Zephyr isn't there though. He's coming from base.
They know it straight away. They're going to get out. They're going to get out quick. Loveland takes a lot of damage. Cloud also. And Najim Whiteshield, they may try and take advantage of this and push it themselves.
OMG should just go back to splitting here. I mean, Sand has been able to hold the mid lane for pretty much the entire game long. And going into a 5 versus 5 can be a risk.
They're trying to go for the tank of all tanks. And
Cloud,
he walks away without.
Man, is Cloud earning his weight this series? Oh, man. He bought enough time for Cool to come back from the bottom lane.
Look at that, though. They tried. They committed. They tried to pile in there. Instantly, Cool was like, I'm going to get Zephyr. Sneak around the back. Not working out this time around, but he is still just off at the side there. Zephyr very much like, no, get back.
All right, so they have a Zanya's on Orianna. They've got a Mikhail's for Gorilla to be able to add another heal to Zephyr. So lots of shields there for that Kog'Maw.
Oh, Cloud taken very low. Zephyr might be able to finish him off. Good dodging though from Cloud. Does keep him out of harm's way.
White Shield's doing a very good job forcing OMG to stay around here because of the Baron. So if Cool walked bottom lane, starts splitting, White Shield could instantly start the Baron up here and force him to actually come back up and take a potential team fight. So they're doing a very good job with a lot of deep wards and the poke to simply force OMG to stay around this Baron.
Oh, they got to shove up mid right now. Base checking into this fog of war. Looks like they're going to go do it. Baron's in trouble, guys.
This is risky though because in comes
the top laner.
Running in. He's going to be the big tanky front line. Have they got enough to burst him down? He gets locked up. Nice, he goes down. That could surely be Shield. They've got to flank around. They've got to land it right. And you can see OMG's disengage is so quick. They managed to get out safe, but Baron is a possibility. They've taken that top laner down, but he's still got teleport.
That OMG alarm goes off. Ooh, Baron's in trouble. We got to go check that with Going. This time around, Shield quickly trying to get the kill, and they retain vision control as well, so they can continue to bait picks like this. When you have the stronger AoE team fight, it's easier to make these calls towards the mid game. And remember, in their comeback, Shield, it was about vision control.
Oh, Gorilla got out. They're going to try and go in. Quickly backs out. That's not going to be enough damage. That's the ultimate down, but Cool does flash away. And that is going to give Najin White Shield another advantage on this Baron.
Their comeback, Shield versus Alliance. It was all about mid-game vision control, getting picked over to Zephyr and getting him fed. Now, again, second Baron bait here. A Baron commitment.
No ulti-cool. That is huge. He won't be able to kill Zephyr.
Oh, the teleport from Going. In he comes. The kill. Oh, Aqua Prism's too early. It was actually cancelled the teleport. They just need to get the smite steal here. Loveling has been losing out to watching these smite steal battles. They have got a lot of damage. There's Cloud. The monster comes in. Sound gets on. Gorilla goes down. Oh, that's going to be Zephyr. He's gone out the side. This smite steal comes in as well. Loveling gets it away. And OMG decimate Najin White Shield in the Baron pit. They drew them in, but they're a Chinese team. It is their game to play, and they beat Najin White Shield once again.
So Najin White Shield, they kept like dancing around his Baron because Loveling was there. He could jump in and try and steal it, and they took so much damage.
Oh, and it rained on them multiple times once Going gets in there with AoE magic
and you
damage.
get stuck inside the Baron pit as well.
There is no way they're getting out of that one, and OMG gonna walk right into the base.
What a turnaround once again. OMG, they had the money, they had the control, and Najin White Shield thought they were playing OMG's game. They were wrong. They were absolutely wrong. Loveling baited Watts the whole time with those smites. He's like, yeah, it's all right. I got this under control. Goes in, wins the smite, gets the inhib, and OMG stroll out the base. So much more gold to them. 12,000 gold lead now. Gigantic advantage. Look at this fight.
Yes, notice how they're staying here to keep dancing around. As soon as the teleport was cancelled, they go back into the Baron. They take so much damage from
Zephyr isn't in there. There's no damage without Zephyr.
And then Loveling dancing around, and as soon as OMG collapsed onto them, look at Zephyr. I mean, he's all alone.
And in comes Going. They thought the teleport, they thought he's too far away from the fight. Let's go. But no, they were wrong. Very wrong.
They probably actually expected him to be standing in base with home guard boots and then cancel the teleport and be like, okay, he's long gone.
Yeah.
But he'd already ran down towards his Baron.
Going with the mind games there, and Zephyr split off from the rest of the team. Shield looks like they're crumbling from the inside out.
And the thing is, Last Whisper was just completed for Zephyr. Sure, you need it, but you also need a quick Silver Sash, because there's a Guardian Angel on Cool, so he can go really aggressive now, dive straight onto Zephyr. He has no flash for the next fight in case OMG wants to force it now. Just one-shot him. Kill him instantly.
He's got a lot of damage, that's for sure. And Najin White Shield, they need a Hail Mary from Watch. They need some sort of miracle pulled out, because OMG are looking at the first clean sweep in the quarterfinals to face Starhorn Royal Club, a team that they've beaten twice in a best-of-5, back-to-back nonetheless, in the regionals for China. It wasn't the regionals, sorry, the playoffs. And they're going to feel very confident going into this matchup, and after beating potentially a Korean team 3-0, you damn well should feel confident because they have looked immaculate this series.
It's not just that they have already taken a really, really strong hold of this series, it's how they've done it. Such clean play from OMG this whole series. The confidence, keeping their heads even when they were down in game one, and then the decisive calls coming back time and time again.
And Going.
And Going.
Going has been incredible, and you just keep giving him rise. You just keep paying the price. Cool is keeping that split push going. He's keeping the super minions hammering on towards the Nexus turrets. Najin White Shield are going to have to deal with that in a moment. They keep on just peeking around that side. Cool is looking to just keep throwing those shurikens in towards Najin White Shield. Sam goes in, shielded up, gets himself another couple of hits. Doing it by the numbers right now. And Najin White Shield are slowly losing this battle.
As long as they keep getting some damage on the tower every single time they have the chance, and it will go down eventually. and force White Shield just to engage onto them, and that's not what they want to do. I mean, Zephyr again still has no flash.
Oh, Gorilla's low this time around. Saves taking some punishment. Look at Loveling. He's looking to flank. He's looking to land those Void Spikes. The tower, again, getting lower and lower. They keep on poking around the side. They keep just moving towards Cool. That's why Loveling went around the side there. He needed a little bit of support. They were trying to collapse on him. But Najin Whiteshield are slowly but surely being whittled down on this tower.
The tower.
Here they go. They're going to keep on it. There's the turret going down. Turret number 2 in the base. And Najin Whiteshield watch on helplessly. Are they going to engage? Loveling was taken low, but he's got that Guardian Angel. He could try and bait them in there. Sand takes a little bit too much punishment. At the moment, Najin Whiteshield holding on for dear life. Last gasp effort to stay in the quarterfinals. But OMG, they take themselves a Nexus. They're going to go on this one. What? Whoa! It is once again the going show. And he goes in. Zephyr caught out. No! QSS, not going to be enough. Doesn't matter, doesn't care. It's going that gets himself saved. OMG chants come out and ring around in Korea as they take down the Nexus turret. They turn on Zephyr. They take down Zephyr. Goon pulls them in, but it's not enough. It's going to be a 3-0 clean sweep, ladies and gentlemen. OMG have done it and taken down Najin Whiteshield in the quarterfinals.
And they've done it with style. My goodness. Are you impressed with Cool, Zed, and Michelle?
Oh yeah, I mean, just OMG as a team, the way they've improved, the fact, first of all, they don't contest every single objective. If they're in a bad situation, they don't go for it. They showed they knew how to split push as well. They played the team fight perfectly. I mean, OMG looked so good in this series.
They are definitely over any nerves that they had in the group stages, removed all doubt here.
The fact that they're facing in the semi-final a team they've already beaten twice in the best of 5 series is going to give them so much confidence.
A team they know as well.
What amazing semi-finals we had ahead of ourselves when we get to Seoul. The two Samsungs facing each other in an all-Korean clash. OMG and Starhorn Royal Club in an all-China clash. It's going to be a Korea-China world final once again, just like last year. And my God, we've got 4 awesome teams in them semi-finals now.
Yeah, if you can take down Najin's Shield, the 3rd seed from Korea, 3-0, you can definitely give Samsung teams a run for their money as well. We're going to have to see what Royal Club can do against OMG.
The thing for me is Najin Whiteshield just found wanting. You know, they switched up. They tried to poke in the first 2 games, didn't work. Okay, let's switch to a team fight comp. OMG react and say, we reckon they're probably going to change things up here. Oh, by the way, you could go and rise, so we'll just go split push you. And they did it brilliantly. This is something we haven't seen from them throughout this tournament.
Yeah, OMG pretty much did everything better than Shield during this series. Every single answer that came up, any variable was dealt with.
And the jungle matchup, we talked about it before the whole thing even started. Loveling just outshined Watch completely, every single game. This was first pick Lee Sin.
And let's not forget, this is a team that was one swing of the claw away, one spike out there from losing to Fnatic.
Yeah.
And suddenly, they managed to get the victory and turn it around. They've had really a dramatic way to the semi-finals, that's for sure.
And a lot of, I would say a lot of hard weeks for OMG, even going into Worlds, like qualifying the 3rd seed as well. There's a lot of problems, again, with the new support changes, internal problems on the team, and yet they overcome it and just get better and better and better from every single game they play. This semi-final is going to be absolutely insane.
Yep. And for that guy that was just on your screen, watch his 3rd consecutive Worlds. Not going to get further as he was continually improving and progressing. Definitely gut-wrenching blow for that whole team. Did not expect to get 3-0'd.
No, absolutely, and myself included, and a lot of people on the analyst desk, a lot of people out there, thought that Najin Whiteshield were by far the favorites in this lower team.
Me and Kobe obviously knew it.
Everybody looked at the layout and saw the 2 Samsungs in the top, Najin Whiteshield with 3 Chinese teams. They've got to run to the final, but my God, China has turned up to perform in these knockout stages. They were looking a little shaky in the groups, but damn, they're stepping up their game.
Yeah, the pick and ban phase was great. Again, the tactic, we keep talking about how OMG has adapted well. They've improved a lot. They look really, really strong, and they look like they have multiple options now in the way they want to play, because we just saw the split pushing work as well, where normally they've been like 5 versus 5 team fight only.
And that's actually something you should draw attention to is for Najin Whiteshield is you look at those regionals, why they did go through 9-1. They played a fairly similar style, fairly similar champion pool throughout it. And OMG seemed to have looked at that, figured it out, and just said, okay, we'll ban this, take this away. They took away the Lulu, forced him back onto the Zed, came in with the double exhaust. This time around, they pretty much sure that he was going to go for Orianna. I even knew he was going for Orianna, so they definitely knew he was going for it. So they seem to have that just the whole way through. Whoever's doing the research for OMG seems to be doing a good job.
They've had great planning, and they've executed every single game plan with a level of confidence, and everyone has stayed calm the entire time too. So when they face Royal Club, who is a team that gets you kind of scared with Uzi on the front line and doing a lot of damage, they can stay together and they can keep their cool.
Yeah, it's something we talked about in the Dragon Pit. They didn't go for the fight. It kind of surprised us. They normally would have gone for it. Instead, they kept their cool. Shox is standing by with a member of victorious OMG.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing by with who else then going after that amazing series. First up, you guys came into this as the underdog. You swept Najin Shield 3-0. Was it Cloud, or what allowed you to rise to this new level?
在这次比赛之前，大家都预期 Najin Shield 会击败你们，但是事实证明你们3-0横扫了他们。对于这个，你觉得是什么让你们完全上升到了一个新的档次，成为一个新的水平？
可能队伍之间的信任吧，还有最近一些很刻苦的训练吧，然后大家心里的目标都一样，抛除了一些杂念吧，专心致志吧。
I think it's the trust among our team members and also the effort we put in the past couple of days. We put a lot of effort, practice a lot, and we have the same target. We have the same goal in this World Championship. That helped us to spread out all the things that is not relevant and help us to a new level.
It definitely shows. Now, going, you personally have sacrificed so much. How validating is it for you to be just one series away from the World Championship final?
我们之前看过你在《Road to Worlds》里面的纪录片，也知道你一路牺牲了很多，走到今天。你觉得现在你离决赛只有一步之遥，还再来一场5胜3负，你们就可以进入决赛。你这时候你心里怎么想？
就很开心，也很幸运能走到这一步吧。也感谢我的队友吧。然后我们一起努力吧。
It's very happy and I feel really lucky to be here. Thanks to my team members, and we will try our best.
Have you been able to talk to your family at all? Have they been able to give you some words of encouragement throughout this?
你这过程里面有没有跟你的家庭说过些什么？他们给过你什么样的努力？你想努力和鼓励？你想对他们说些什么呢？
其实我爸妈也都会看我比赛吧。然后我希望他们能保重身体吧。然后我一定会加油的。
My parents are watching my games as well, and I hope they can take care of themselves, and I will try my best.
Well, you are, and you have the semi-final coming up versus Starhorn Royal Club. Long history between you guys. You fell versus them in the quarterfinal last year. What will allow you to beat them this time, this Sunday?
你们马上就要进入半决赛，然后跟皇族正式的对阵。去年在8进4的时候，你们被他们击败了。你们觉得你们今年你怎么看？你觉得能够让你们击败他们最主要的因素会是什么？
其实皇族，我觉得皇族这个队伍挺克我们的，就不知道为什么就。跟他们打的时候，就可能感觉他们突然就变得很厉害，很厉害了。然后我这一次的话，我们就一定会使出各种套路来搞定他们。
In the past, in players' perception, Royal always counters us, and I felt the same as well. And I felt like they suddenly became super strong when they're against us. So this time we will try whatever we can do, and we can take them down.
It's going to be a fantastic game. Finally, you are not the home crowd team yet. People were chanting OMG, OMG. Is there anything you want to say to them and the people at home watching?
在这次比赛后面，我们也听到所有的玩家、所有的粉丝都在大喊 OMG, OMG。你对在场的粉丝和电视机前、电脑前面的粉丝有什么想说的吗？
我爱你们吧。
I love you guys very much.
Thank you very much. See you in the semifinals. Going. And as for us, we're going to go back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. Congratulations to Going and the entirety of OMG, because oh my God, did they deliver. They really outshone Shield in every single category. Before we break down the game, let's get straight to a replay. 36 minutes on the clock. Going, once again, just goes and keeps going. And this was really the game-winning fight. So Monty, Double Lift, Crippo, you guys can fight for whoever.
Yeah, we were fighting about this one.
Yeah, go ahead, Monty.
Let's get it rolling, and we'll yell over each other. So the Baron fight starts right here, and I just love this initial teleport here.
Look at Cloud.
Yeah, knocks him into the pit. Teleport was already done, unfortunately, so you guys can take it over.
Zephyr actually flashed like completely away from his team, which didn't allow them to peel for her. Like you could tell Goong was really confused. He died without even ulting because Zephyr died so quickly, flashing the wrong way.
So they just keep them in the pit. Like it's like shooting fish in a barrel with a Janna ulti, and they keep Zephyr out there. They killed Nami in the cast animation of Tidal Wave. Again, Going is so smart in selecting his targets, but the best play that he did was right before that.
Yeah, the teleport play that we didn't get to see on the camera was he had his teleport up, right? And so he starts teleporting on that ward right in front of the Baron pit. He sees the Nami bubble coming in that's perfectly timed with his teleport ending, so he would have been caught in it. Instantly cancels and just walked up instead, and Cloud just keeps him in the pit until he can get there. Just really good teleport play, beautiful teamwork from OMG.
Absolutely mind-boggling. OMG, for me, demonstrated an ability to win games 1 and 2 with a fairly similar style. It was fairly brute force.
Yeah.
They didn't let the sidewave pushes from Shield bother them at all. And in game 3, they actually split push. They actually used those side lanes quite effectively, held off against Shield. It's a level of control and strategic play we're not quite accustomed to with OMG.
I think Cool was schooling Goong on how to play an efficient Z lane by playing well in the mid lane and then transitioning that to a side lane early in the game. We can't stress this enough. If you're playing Z, you need to move out to side lanes, switch your AD carry, preferably with some wave clear into the mid lane, and start split pushing. Open up that map and then collapse or start pinstring in the middle.
Absolutely, and they also executed the 1-3-1 better. When we had seen Najin White Shield, they had an opportunity when they had that casted in with the Zhonya's Hourglass power spike in a previous game. Didn't execute it, but OMG was really on top of their strategy in this series.
Yeah, and I was really happy that my prediction of Watch getting exposed as kind of a weaker jungler was right. He did actually outsmite Loveland in a couple dragons, and in game 2 he actually stole Baron when they were super far behind, but it wasn't enough to actually do anything.
It's
and
a
the entire
PvE
time,
jungler.
Huh?
PvE.
Okay, he's a PvE jungler.
Right, we talked about some of the players and the strategy that OMG succeeded in this matchup, but we have to highlight Going once more. He really stepped up. If anybody watched Road to Worlds, this guy was heartbroken at the loss last year quarterfinals. He was so determined coming into the 2014 World Championships, and one quote that sticks with me is he said, "I'm more afraid of being indecisive than of losing." And that really showed through during the course of this series. What a play.
Also, how does he get Rise so many times? I have a very limited understanding about League of Legends sometimes, so that man should not have Rise
He
so many times.
He should not have Rise at all, and if you're going to let that Rise stay up, then you need to go ahead and first pick it or have a plan on how to deal with it. Now, I liked Najin White Shield's comp for the first time in this series this last game, but they didn't execute it, and they really threw at that Baron fight. But the thing that's so powerful about Going is not only what a fantastic player he is, but the fact that he allows San, who's arguably a weaker AD carry, to continually get champions like Corki and Lucian with strong early games so he doesn't fall behind.
So if you ever rewatch these matches, just pay attention to what Going does in team fights. Whenever somebody's about to die and he could steal that kill, he just immediately moves on to the next target, sometimes even flashing for a next snare, and he knows that the target that he leaves behind will die soon enough so his teammates can follow up and get the next guy. He is so fucking smart.
Double Lift, just before we get on to the rest of the bracket, we saw Cloud coming in here. Cloud got Janna all 3 games. I don't think we're going to see Rise. I don't think we're going to see Janna, or at least it has to be taken away. Cloud, in my mind, transformed and leveled up this team.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he got Janna 3 out of 3 games, which, to be honest, Janna's not a great playmaking support, so you don't really have to have great situational awareness, teamfight awareness to really use Janna. It's more just stay on top of your carries and make sure they don't die. It's pretty defensive, but it fits their style exactly because Going is the one who's I'm doing this, I'm initiating, and then you guys are just going to follow up. San is just kind of a utility bot, and Cool plays Assassins mainly, so it just kind of works out really well.
It really, really does. With that victory, I want to update the bracket as we do have all 4 of our semi-finalists now locked in. It is a Korea versus Korea battle as Samsung Blue and Samsung White once again go toe-to-toe in the semi-finals. They will be facing off against one of the Chinese squads between Starhorn Royal Club and OMG. This is a rematch of last year's quarterfinal, which Royal Club ended up winning. And in this head-to-head, Royal Club has got a better win-loss record than OMG. Before I open it up to the panel to talk about the two semi-finals, we are constantly reminded that the World Championship is truly a global event. Check out this World's viewing party that CLG, high five, hosted in Hollywood, California, where the fans were chanting OMG along with the Korean fans behind us. They burned the midnight oil to watch these games. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, you can now have your job as a professional party planner instead of...
oh boy, dude. I'm the life of the party. Just turned 21, by the way.
Congratulations. Right, as you make your viewing preparations for the semi-finals and finals, be sure to keep showing how you world with us. Tweet your photos at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag worlds. You might just get your video featured on our show. So, semi-finals, they are quickly approaching. Let's talk down the line about each of them. Blue versus white. I mean, Monty, you're seeing this again. Does white have what it takes this time around?
I really don't know. I mean, one of the things that I'm going to be doing this next week is I think that a lot of the key is going to be in the pick and bans for this series. So I'm going to go back and look pretty carefully about the pick and bans before I issue a prediction here, because I think this is the closest we've ever seen blue and white before.
Double Lift, what about your opinion on blue and white and what you're expecting from that series?
Oh man, it's really hard, but yeah, I just felt like white played a lot cleaner, despite the fact that they both won 3-1, so the record doesn't really show it, but blue was making a lot of big mistakes in their games.
I think if there's any team that white is going to respect, it has to be blue. So those shenanigans of early not counter or letting themselves be counterpicked in pick and bans is not going to happen again. And they've been playing better when they actually fix their draft. So I actually think white's going to take it.
So what about the other side, Crepper? You've got Starhorn Royal Club that really showed up in their quarterfinal. You've got OMG that showed up even more. I'm going to go and say that. Who's got the advantage in your mind?
I just want to highlight the stylistic difference between one side, the Samsung teams, and then the other side, just China, like, brawl. So this is going to be really fun to see both sides of League of Legends. And honestly, I don't know who's going to take the one.
Oh man, this is going to be so fun for me to watch. You know what's really funny though is Zero won 3 games. Their 3 games when they 3-2'd EDG on Janna. And so did Cloud right here, 3-0 with Janna. So I feel like Janna's going to be either picked or banned really quickly every single game. And it's really just going to be decided on Rise and Janna, as we saw in this series and last series.
Hey, look, Naj and Shield didn't realize that this series, so let's see what happens.
Oh man, I'm all about OMG now. They turned me into just a massive fan. Got their jersey already, but yeah, I think that Cola going matchup is kind of a disastrous mismatch in favor of OMG. And if they can keep their play up like they did today, I think they can take it.
I'm stumped. Monte Cristo owns a non-Korean jersey. There are no words.
You don't even have a CLG jersey.
Hey, I have an OMG scarf too. I busted that out at All-Stars.
Very true that you did. Guys, as we turn our focus to the final stages of the World Championship, let's take a look back at the action that sent the 4 teams into the semi-finals.
White will take down Team Solomon in the quarterfinals. That's the blue of
Blue, victorious. Just like their sister team, they will now face each other in the semi-final.
It's Royal Club that do it the hard way will go through. That just gets ripped apart by OMG! OMG have done it! They've taken down Natty Whiteshield!
The 2014 World Championship keeps delivering. We had fantastic group stages, we've had fantastic quarterfinals, and as a reminder, the semi-finals will be taking place at the Olympic Gymnastics Arena in Seoul, Korea. This coming Saturday, October 11th, at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 1 a.m. Pacific. Be sure to tune in. If anything, we've learned that these games are going to be incredible. We'd like to extend once again a heartfelt thank you to the city and the people of Busan for hosting us, the analyst desk, the show, the event. We have had an incredible time here and even better games. We look forward to coming back. But for now, it's onwards to Seoul, which will be our setting for the final leg of Worlds. And I'd like to once again thank all of our analysts for joining us here on the desk. from myself, the rest of the casters, the broadcast crew, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you on Saturday as the 2014 League of Legends World Championship continues.
Let it be crumbs.
Let it be crumbs.
Let it be crumbs.
Stop it.
Ripped apart by OMG, and OMG will take game one. Going on to watch once again. Cool comes around the side. Colin comes in. Lovely gets it down. Zephyr just completely caught out. Gorilla, that unbreakable's not going to stop 5 members of OMG. Game 2 goes OMG's way. China is one step away from an all-China semi-final. Sun gets on, Gorilla goes down. Oh, that's going to be Zephyr. He's gone outside. The spike still comes in as well. Lovely gets it away. It's going to be a 3-0 clear.